Don Raftery, Chair of the Committee. On the phone, we have Anthony Wong, Dr. Shirley Smith, Lois Rakoff, Susan Wittenberg, and Cormac Flynn. So I'm going to be taking items out of order. The first thing I'll just tell you is what's not being heard tonight, that just came up recently. So Telem LLC at 183 Grand is laid over or withdrawn. 216 Lafayette Street is laying over. Veg 240 Lafayette is withdrawn, and Arvine Hospitality 56 Spring is also withdrawn. So if you're here for that, we will not be hearing those applications tonight. Okay. Anybody in the public that's here everybody should have signed into the sign-in sheet. If you're here to speak on an application, not the applicant, not the attorneys. There are speaker cards. I think there are still some left. You can fill that out and hand them up here. I will first call on the applicant. They'll come up. Please, everybody use the speakers, the microphone. So they'll come up, they will give their presentation. The committee will then follow up and ask any questions. Then we will go to the public for comments and questions. We will hear from everybody from the public who will address the committee. And then the applicant, when all of the public is done, can then respond. There are a number of people here to speak on a number of applications. So I'd ask that if somebody has already said what you're going to say, please come up and state your name and say that you agree or disagree or whatever. You don't have to repeat what they've said, but I would like to just get it on the record that you're here and why you're here. I ask that everybody addresses the committee, that there's no back and forth, everybody is respectful to each other. And I think that's it. There are printouts of the agenda up here. Okay, so the first one we're going to hear is Subang Corp. 199 Grand. This is a restaurant wine license. If you're here, come up.
Yes, I got it. Oh, okay. Hello. Yeah. My name is Diana. I'm present like Subang Corp from 199 Grand Street for Malaysian restaurant. And this is my owner.
Hi, I'm from Subang Corp. My name is Yun Hong Ng.
Yeah, we try to apply for the liquor license. It's beer and wine. And then all the management is the same as the old company. My owner just take over the place right now. And then I'm working for before the restaurant. And then I'm working for her right now.
So is she buying the assets of yours? So this is a transfer?
Yes.
From what's there now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
From Atelier Collective.
Okay. And so the hours are?
The hours like Sunday to Thursday, 11 opening. And then the closing time is like 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Friday and Saturday is like 11 to 11.
Okay.
It's no music at all, no live band, no activity at all.
No TV, no outside seating?
No outside seating, no TV and nothing.
Okay, no bar?
No bar.
All the doors are closed at all times?
Yes.
And the patrons do not use the cellar? No, it's only the one floor?
It's the one floor. The basement is like storage.
Okay, and then you know that the closing hours mean all the patrons are out.
Yes,
So it's 11 to 10 Sunday to Thursday and 11 to 11 Friday and
Yes.
Saturday. That means everybody's
Yeah,
out at that
everyone.
time.
the last call is 9:30, like Saturday and Thursday. The last call is 9:30, and then we're closing down. We don't accept any more like
Okay, and
Friday and Saturday is 10:30.
10:30. So Friday and Saturday you close at 11.
Yes, but the
So
last call is 10:30. Before 11 o'clock, we have to clear everything out.
they're all gone by
Yes,
then.
they have,
Okay.
everyone have to be gone.
Okay, I think that's,
The
It-
management, nothing's changed. Everything is the same.
so the
The
management,
menu is same, the phone number is same, everything is the same.
so she's just taking
Yeah,
over.
she's taking over and buy the restaurant over.
Okay, and she was
She's the landlord, right?
She's-
She's the owner right now.
she's the owner. Okay. And what was she before? Anything? Did she,
She working before.
Working before.
at this restaurant? No.
No.
So you're taking it over as the owner. You worked at
Yeah,
the,
Yes.
as manage everything.
as the manager and you're
Yes.
staying working as the manager?
Yes,
Okay,
I working there for like same restaurant, but for 10 years.
okay,
And then she hired me to take over
okay,
for the management, everything.
okay. Does anybody have any questions from the committee? Cormac, no? Okay. No? Okay, that's good.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next application is going to be Crosby Street Hotel LLC, 79 Crosby. This is an on-premise or restaurant for a hotel, and it's an alteration to expand the restaurant into the courtyard.
The only addition to that is the last page, which is showing our community outreach, which we finalized today. Okay. Understood. So I am Valerie Karras of Buckman Law Firm, and we represent the Crosby Street Hotel and its alcoholic beverage matters. I'm here along with Paul Underhill, a principal of the applicant licensee. We also have the support of Paul Taylor, who's the architect on the project, and other members of the hotel. And the application is pretty self-explanatory, but it's really just a small addition for private dining, particularly about a 270-foot extension of the premises into the existing interior courtyard, and it will be fully enclosed. And again, used primarily for private dining purposes. This particular extension, so it will be no exterior added space. They're enclosing a portion of the courtyard.
Okay. And there's no change in the hours. What I read through before, there were no private events in the courtyard.
That's correct. The courtyard is for guest use only.
Okay,
And in fact, even the maximum seating is not changing. They hadn't maxed out the maximum seating previously.
was 40 seats?
I don't remember.
I-
40 seats are actually in the exterior. There is an exterior courtyard, a separate exterior courtyard on Lafayette.
Okay,
This is actually within the hotel. It's surrounded by the neighboring buildings.
okay, gotcha. Okay, and there's no live music and there's,
No live music.
does anybody have any questions? Go ahead.
I noticed in the app, can you hear me?
Yes.
In the application, you do not list your hours. What are your, hours?
Do we not?
oh, wait, there it, I'm so sorry, 6 a.m. to 1 a.m., 7 days a week. I apologize.
Sure.
Anyone else? Okay, I think we have some people from the public here on this one, so you step back. Oh,
Oh, so
yeah. So Pete Davies and Laura Tenenbaum, if you want to come up and speak on this?
Yeah, Davies. I live across the street, and I've known Paul and the folks at the hotel since they began construction about 15 years ago. And they've been impeccable neighbors. And at first we weren't sure what this was, but when we learned that it was a small build out on the interior courtyard, it seems, I don't see any problems with that. The one thing that was a little confusing was there's another item for a Crosby Street bar, which created a little confusion because people weren't sure, but that's not the hotel. That's something different. But I support it, and I urge you guys to give them an okay.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
What, did somebody have anything down here? No? Okay. Just so we get your name on the record.
Laura Tenenbaum, and I agree with what Pete said.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Yeah. Yeah, you come up to the microphone. I mean, it's 2 Crosby Street, so.
Yes, we did want to mention, given the opportunity, that we are not related in any way to the Crosby Street Bar project. In fact, we are concerned ourselves about that confusion, and we have discussions with outside counsel addressing that.
Okay, okay. Well, we're Crosby Street Hotel, the
Totally separate
totally separate.
projects
Got it.
and entities entirely, ownership completely.
And addresses.
And
right?
addresses, but they're very close by, directly across the street.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. I think that does it, right? Anybody? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next application is going to be Thuma Retail LLC, 99 Worcester.
Everybody on him? All right, so this is Thuma Retail LLC. It's at 99 Wooster Street. So Thuma is a bedroom furniture company. This is going to be one of their showrooms here in Soho. So this is an application for a bottle club license. So as you guys know, a bottle club allows you to just give alcohol away for free. Alcohol is not sold to patrons. It's really just an offering as you're touring the showroom. If you want a glass of champagne, you want someone to make you a cocktail. So the hours we're asking for on the license are 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. You'll see on the application that there is DJ and live music. This is specifically only if there are small events. This is going to be background level only. As you can see, it's not a huge capacity. It's a fairly large space, but a lot of that space is dedicated to furniture displays. So it's not a space that large amounts of people are able to gather in. But if there are one-off events, there will be maybe a background DJ or a small band, but nothing entertainment level, nothing amplified. We are well aware that this is a landmark building. This is the prior headquarters of the Gay Activist Alliance. Any changes to the facade are getting cleared through landmark. They're going to be painting the front door, the facade, but everything will be cleared by landmark, and there'll be a sliding door in the front. Sliding door will be closed by 9 p.m. I didn't even introduce these guys behind me, but this is Colin, Derek, and Rebecca. These are some of the principals with Thuma. As far as seats that are actually able to be sat in by members of the public, there's 3 tables with 16 seats, and then there's a small bar on the second floor with 4 seats. So this is a 4-story space. It's ground floor, second floor, third floor, and a basement. Basement's no patron access, and the third floor is no patron access. So just ground floor and second floor. I really think that's it. I can open it up to any questions you have. It's square footage of the entire place is about 8,600, but the patron access is only about 4,500.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, but they're connected. What time does the store itself close?
The store will typically close at about 7 p.m. 11 to 7 is the typical hours. The reason we're asking for the 11 p.m. is just for those one-off events, which will be fairly rare if there's like a products launch or something like that.
And how often do you think those events, 4-hour events will be?
How long do you think?
How often?
How often? Once a month, once every 2 months, something like that. There's a new product launch. If they want to invite people to tour the space on like a more formal capacity, but not that regularly.
And at an event, how many people do you anticipate coming?
So total capacity, we're going to try to stick to 60. That's what our capacity is on our CO. So we'll be sticking to that.
Thank you.
So I want to ask about the sliding doors. So are these going where the red doors are right now in the space? The front sort of.
Yeah, they're the same doors. We're going to keep doing.
Sure.
Yeah, we're going to keep the same sliding doors. We're going to maintain the facade. So I think the key there is that we'll make sure those doors are closed by 9 p.m. In the case that we have an event.
Right, and it's about like I think it's like a 5 or 6 foot wide doorway or something like that. You're talking about altogether?
That sounds right.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you tell me how the drinks, the alcohol is going to be served, and where can the patrons and matrons consume the alcohol?
Yes, so we'll be licensing those 2 floors. Obviously, all 4 floors will be included on the license, but patrons will only be allowed to consume the alcohol on the ground floor and the second floor. All alcohol, there's a basement storage facility for when alcohol is not being used. Other than that, it's all going to be kept behind the bar. And it's really just going to be offered to customers as they walk in. Would they like a glass of champagne? Would they like a mixed drink? Something like that. And then it'll be brought to them.
So the person asks for a cocktail, and then how will that server find that customer?
Yeah, it won't be for every customer that comes in. I think it'll be more like when there's a special customer that's made an appointment and we're showing them certain products. And we've got an appointment with them as part of that experience, we might give them a glass of champagne.
Or a cocktail, because you're asking for a full liquor license.
Correct.
Okay, I'll repeat it in another way. How is, when you walk around, whether you are it's
a fairly structured experience. So whoever is with them, someone will be showing them around the showroom, bringing them to different parts. So they're not going to get lost in the shuffle, right? So someone will take your order, they'll hand it to another member of staff, they'll go get the drink and bring it back.
Okay, and these are free drinks.
These are free, correct. It's a bottle club.
Sorry, your speakers are spread across four floors, but you only have patron access on 2 floors. Because you have 17 speakers. So why would you have speakers on the other floors?
I believe that's just what was installed in the building already. The third floor is mostly managerial office space. It's not going to be used for patrons. And there are speakers in the basement as well. But I mean, for the most part, only the ones on the ground floor and the second floor are going to be used.
I just see the pictures you've provided look like the space is still rough. So I'm assuming that you guys had installed those. I mean, I'm just looking at the pictures that are included in the application. So who would have installed those?
Did you guys install the speakers, or were the speakers there already? Okay, so that might be a mistake on our end. Then the speakers will just be on the ground floor and the second floor.
And then how do events work for a bottle club?
So they're private invite only events. They're put on by the bottle club themselves. They're still not going to be, they're not going to be ticketed. They're not going to be selling the alcohol in any capacity. It's just for high profile clients if they want, or a guest list that they have, if they want to bring them around to show them the space. But we're going to be sticking to the parameters of a bottle club where nothing will be sold to the patrons.
And would you agree to not do any cross promotions with any other wholesalers or liquor brands or anything like that?
Of course, yeah.
And then would you be willing to limit to some number, the number of events per year? That are beyond your normal, 11.
Absolutely. Do you have a number?
I mean, whatever, 12, 14.
Yeah, we were kind of in that like 15 to 20 range a year. If that's all right with you, that's fine with us.
Right. So it's not every week. It's not.
Absolutely
Right.
not. No.
Okay.
Yeah, just give me clarity. So the store closes at 7. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's not aside from when you're having one of these events, and so that it would only be open till 11 when you're having one of these
Correct.
15 or so events.
Correct.
And then does the event happen then between the 7 and 11, or it might start earlier? Not that it really matters.
I would
but-
assume they could start earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could start
So
earlier.
then you disperse to the public at that time.
Exactly.
And then you go to the. event.
Exactly. It's
Okay.
closed for a private event.
What?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, do you hire outside people to do that or no? You do that inside when you do an event? Is there?
No, they might bring in catering or something of the sorts, but the event is organized by themselves. The alcohol will be provided in-house.
Okay, and the music is provided in-house?
Correct.
Into the system that you have
Right.
in-house?
This we're not bringing in
You're not
subwoofers, we're not bringing in amplifiers.
Additional music, it will all be at that same level.
Exactly.
And Lois, go ahead.
Yeah. What kind of food? What kind of food are you serving?
On a daily basis?
Well, you're serving alcohol on a daily basis?
Correct, but with a bottle club, there's no food requirement.
You're not having any food whatsoever.
So there will be a small cafe in the front, but that is not as a part of this liquor license. There might be pastries or something by the front door, but that is not as a
For
part of this.
purchase.
For purchase, correct.
Okay, so is there a limit on the drinks that your customers can have?
I do not believe there is a limit from an SLA perspective. It'll obviously be monitored from a staff perspective. Obviously, it's the same rules as a bar. You cannot overserve. That'll all be monitored by staff. They're happy to stipulate that staff will be tips trained if that's something that you guys would like us to stipulate to. But from an SLA bottle club perspective, I do not believe there's an exact limit on how the alcohol that can be served.
I mean, we've just, your firm has come before us before with other bottle club licenses, and they've said sometimes we're not serving more than 2 drinks a person or something like that.
Sure.
Just saying that. So. Anything else?
Yeah, about walk-ins, I understand about you're having reservations, but public access. Can they get drinks too when they walk around?
If someone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
wait, okay.
Yeah, if a customer is engaging with a member of staff and they decide that they would like a glass of champagne or a cocktail, yes, they can ask.
How are they checking for IDs?
That would be staff being tips trained. They can ID anyone that looks under the age of 30. We're happy to stipulate to all that.
That it? So when you have the events, you're serving, who is responsible for the serving of the alcohol?
That'll
That-
be
Go ahead.
members of staff of Thuma. That's not going to be a third party.
And even during events, it will be members of staff.
Correct.
Okay. And then if that staff member leaves, who is training the staff in terms of giving out the alcohol?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Sorry, Don.
It's just, so somebody's being taught, okay, this person is a high profile client, or they just purchased, a large amount of something. And, it's not just, I'm assuming this isn't just everybody who walks in the door.
Sure.
Right. So how is the staff being trained for that? And what is controlling that so that it's not somebody in the store just handing out a bunch of
Right. I mean, it's not going to be just any member of staff will have access to the alcohol. Like it'll be a trained member of staff. It might be more than one member of staff. I don't know if you guys have worked out the details of exactly who's going to be serving. But obviously the manager will make sure, and Colin, you're going to do a majority of the managing here, that all members of staff that are going to be interacting with the alcohol are properly trained to check for IDs, to cut off service. And that's during events and not during events.
Okay, Susan?
Yes, sorry, just one little clarification because it is an OP license, which means it's not just serving wine and champagne. What is the alcohol that won't require a bartender? So where does the alcohol other than wine or champagne come in?
So there is a bar upstairs that will be stocked. It's not really a bar that you would hang out at for any period of time. It's just there for while you're to make drinks while customers are walking around.
So who makes the drinks?
There will be a member there. Do you guys plan on hiring a bartender, Vincent? So cocktail making, it doesn't seem like it's going to be offered daily. It's more going to be for special occasions. And then at that point, they can have a bartender
Okay,
there.
I just want to be clear.
Yep, no problem.
Anybody else have anything? Go ahead.
Yeah. With the band about setting up and then having the band stop and truck coming for the equipment. Can you explain that a little further and how will you prevent it from disturbing the neighbors on that block?
Sure. First, I don't see these being large. It's not going to be multiple 5-8 member bands. There's not going to be large amounts of equipment. These are really background level pumped in through the house system. There's not going to be large speakers coming in. There's not going to be large subwoofers coming in, but obviously there will be some level of equipment. We're happy to stipulate that we're not going to have trucks idling outside, that everything will be packed up before the truck comes out, and then it'll be quickly loaded on and down the street. We're absolutely, obviously Worcester is not a huge street, so we're not trying to block traffic.
How many pieces in the band?
I don't think we've exactly ironed out how many pieces are going to be on a given night. It could be a 3-piece band, it could be a 4-piece band, but if there's a number you're worried about, we're happy to make that agreement.
Is it going to be percussion? That I guess that's more acoustic.
We're envisioning background ambient. It's not going to be rock music. It's not going to be largely amplified.
So would you stipulate to acoustic only or no percussion or speak to it?
Sure. Do you have a question?
No, I think we can include it.
Yeah, we can stipulate to acoustic only.
Okay, so that's no percussion, no brass, no horns.
That's fine. And then the DJ is going to be background pumped in through the house system.
Okay.
It's going to be background ambient by pumped in through the house system. It's not going to be
At the same level
at the same level as a normal daily music is.
So really just curating.
Correct.
Okay. Anybody else have anything? Okay, I think I have someone here from the public on this. David Platzker.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to address you on this topic. My name is David Platzker. I live at 100 Worcester, immediately facing 99 Worcester. I find it incongruous that there should be a retail store that wants to have liquor license hours until 11 p.m. under any circumstance. I find it problematic that they'll have a sliding front door that might be open during the performances. I find it very problematic. They'll have live music, regardless of what they've said this evening, that they will not include percussion, it will not include electric amplifiers, it won't include drum kits. This is very unnerving. Similar venues have attempted to open on Wooster Street. I'll point out 76 Wooster, which have been denied in the past under very similar circumstances. That a retail store requires to have a bar is again incongruous to me, completely unacceptable. They've done no community outreach whatsoever in regards to this application. They could have bothered to walk across the street. I live on the second floor, so if their doors are open and they're playing music, that's going to be my living room. 20 times a month, or 20 times, excuse me, a year is still 20 times. You know, sadly, Soho has become a venue for protests and noise throughout the day. I'm sure you're all familiar with the Canada Goose protest that went on next door at 101 Wooster. This hasn't abated. So we're now being assaulted by noise throughout every day and now into the evenings in a venue that has been previously art gallery or a knife store, a Swiss knife store. This has never been a venue that has offered alcohol or late evenings whatsoever. To change the license of this environment is very, very troubling to me. Someone might say, complain that I might be new to the neighborhood, when in fact I've been there for 31 years at this home. You know, if your business model requires that you have to also have a DJ and a live band, you might want to rethink your business model. I'm happy to address any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. The DJ and the live music is just for the events, correct?
Correct.
And can we close the doors when the DJ and the live music is going on?
Are you guys okay with closing the door?
That's what they said at first.
To agree to close the doors as well.
Okay.
Yeah, we just want to emphasize that like this is primarily a retail space. The uses that he cited that it was being used for before, it's very similar to our concept. We just want to be able to offer alcohol to clients that are touring the space. And we may have these one-off events. We're happy to close the doors while live music or a DJ are there.
Okay, and then is it like 12 events a year? Does that sound reasonable?
We can stipulate to 12.
Okay. No, the DJ, just to clarify, DJ and live music is only when you're having one of these 12 events.
Correct.
The rest of the time, there's no DJ, there's no live music.
It's background music only.
Background music. Even when you have a DJ, it's going through the same sound system at background levels.
Exactly.
When you have live music, it's going to be acoustic. Nobody's coming in with little amplifiers. Nobody's coming in with percussion. Nobody's coming in with horns.
Correct.
I mean, I think the concern is very valid with, you know, with what you're describing, because what has happened over many years that I've seen and heard from many of the people here is that suddenly there's an event, there's a million people outside, the doors are open, there's speakers in the doorway, there's nobody to talk to, they're all outside people,
right?
And there's no point of contact. And I think that's the concern that residents have, because that's what happens. And when you have a license, that's very different than a catered event, right? The privilege of having an ongoing license. And I think that's the concern, is when that occurs, not when you quietly, you know, serving patrons a few drinks. And I appreciate the fact that you're actually applying for a license and not just doing it.
Right. Which is a lot of stores do this anyway.
Do that.
Which is,
and so that's the balance, and that's what we're trying to not have happen, are those events.
100%. And I appreciate
that. And that's why it's important to us that, you know, that even as time moves forward and you may have different staff on site, whoever's there understands this. And that's why, you know, one of the things is having the stipulations adjoining the license, so anybody can see them who's running the event or future employees there. So I just, not a usual thing, but I understand why the residents are concerned.
Completely. Yep, absolutely.
And particularly when somebody has lived there for several decades, because I think that those events were certainly a big issue in the past.
Okay, that's it. Yeah, see down there, you good? Okay, I think we're good.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Appreciate it.
you. Okay, the next application is going to be Noho Neighbors LLC at 54 Great Jones. Hmm? So we have all those.
Where's Frank?
There it goes. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, you put everything in, right? Is there anything in here that you haven't?
Nothing that you have.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Gentlemen, just taking this? Yeah, we're not hearing 216 Lafayette tonight. The lawyer is sick and they've asked me laid off.
That's a. Yeah, I don't want you to sit here for that, sorry. See you next month. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. I don't think we need to introduce ourselves, but I will. My name is Frank Palillo. This is.
They use the microphone.
Oh, yeah. Eric Ruben. Darren Rubel.
So we made changes to the application. We reduced the size to exactly what Gabe had, and we also reduced the hours to what Gabe had. See if we can make it easy for everybody. If you have any questions, we'll be glad to answer them.
Okay, so the hours are Sunday to Thursday, closing at 12, Friday and Saturday, closing at 1.
You have my copy, so.
Well, help me out here, Frank. Come on.
I gave it away. I'm sorry.
I mean,
I brought 6 and
okay, and you don't have this memorized by now?
I don't know.
Okay, and so, 1 bar with 8 seats. It's 34 seats altogether, I think, on the inside is what, right? And the music is background only,
Correct.
Yes. What Gabe had.
and there's no TVs,
Nope. No.
and there's no outside? Is there,
Not as of yet. We haven't reviewed the new program, which just got launched today, actually. I
right?
believe officially. And so we will review that. And when we're ready to discuss it, we'll come back.
You'll
and
come
talk about
back
it.
to us
Yeah.
for anything on the outside.
We should
And-
talk.
Just to clarify, the application says 1 TV. Did you just say no TVs?
No TV.
No TV.
I don't know why I said that. You can
It's
mix it off.
just in case.
Yeah, we did just in case.
Yeah, we did it just in case.
Oh,
Yeah.
But that was a different time.
Okay,
Oh,
so
that's
this
what
is
you-
no longer extending into the adjacent building. You're not
Correct.
doing that anymore.
Yeah.
And somehow you're gonna make it work with the earlier hours.
Somehow.
Okay? Does anybody have questions?
The outdoor dining rules have actually been out for a while, so you guys haven't reviewed them? I mean, you guys
Portal
have a
just
whole bunch
opened
of
today.
places. Well, I know,
Portal
the
just
portal, but
opened
the
today.
rules have been out for.
Right, but we haven't had our architect there yet to do any measurements or anything else, so we're not ready to say what we're gonna do with that. We're coming back either way. Once
Right, but
DOT
we want to
once
measure that
DOT
as part of
notifies
the
you.
public interest and the impact on the existing noise level. So that's why we would
Well,
want
it'll
to.
probably be reduced, right? Because we lost the curbside. We took away the curbside that Gabe had. We've dismantled that and taken it away. So as far as public interest, that would definitely work in our favor.
That what? I mean,
The
that.
fact that
was-
Gabe had
that
an
was part
outdoor
of it.
shed and we don't.
Yeah, but that was the temporary program. That was, his agreement was 3 tables, 6 seats.
His pre-COVID agreement.
It's pre.
It's pre-COVID agreement.
Yeah, but that's
Okay.
the impact, right? Is
I can
noise.
speak on that.
That's,
Go ahead.
I'm comfortable speaking on this, guys. That was definitely, he agreed to that pre-program. There is a new program that I personally have not had time to review with my partner. My main focus so far, as you all know, because I've been here now for the third time, is to secure this space. And my secondary focus will be that. And when I address it, obviously, everybody will hear about it. But for now, my focus is just the license, not the outside.
Well, we're focused on the public interest, which is why we're hearing this, and that's a component of it.
Okay.
So part of Gabe's stipulations is that the outdoor dining wouldn't be operated past 10 PM. That's one of his stipulations, plus the table and chairs on the sidewalk. Is that?
Well, I think for this application, it's safe to say it's in the public interest because we have no outdoor seating planned. For this application.
That's not true because when you come back for your sidewalk seating, then we're not weighing the public interest anymore. So we're going to be considering that now because this is the only opportunity we actually have to consider that.
You'll be weighing in on an alteration.
We can,
You'll be weighing in on an alteration.
Frank, you know how this works. It does not work the same. We will be weighing in on.
No, I really don't. I'm not being obtuse. I have to file an alteration application with the authority. I'm going to be coming before you. Isn't that correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It appears though you'd have the opportunity to comment at that point.
Well, we have an opportunity to comment, but not the same type of comment as weighing the public interest now.
Well, you'd still oppose it, but you wouldn't have the public interest argument. I agree with that.
Frank, just like in the past, that can be waived if you make an agreement now.
Right.
And that's no different. That, you know, that's how we've always handled this.
Right.
That's why we discuss it now at the inception of the application, because you also know how much time that eats up for everybody is hearing that multiple times. So.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
How large will the TV or plasma screen or projection screen be?
None.
It's
That was when there was a front room and a back room. There's no TVs. It does say that, but it's gone.
It's an error?
Yes.
Okay.
It's when we had two rooms.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go, Cormac, go ahead.
So, I just want to make sure we're nailing and buttoning this down. No operable windows, right? Because it's blank on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there aren't any, right? All right. But you know, you might be planning to put them in, you know, okay. Thank you.
Landmark.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I think we have some people from the public here, so we'll go to them. You could, if you all want to just come up and line up, it'll just make it faster. Ellen Fanning, Vance Trimble, Rachel Morrow, Michelle Campo. And just state your name. Anyone can go first, just state your name.
Ellen Fanning. I represent 48 Great Jones. We're adjacent to the Noho Neighbors Hopeful Space. We are not opposed to them taking over and having a nice establishment there. We have worked really hard with them over the last month, 2 months, trying to just get some guidelines because living next to that space is very, very difficult. We I think have come to several agreements, which is wonderful. These guys have been really great in that capacity. Like they're not going to expand into 350. They've told us they're keeping the capacity as is. They are going to keep the hours that were, and that's acceptable to us. That just leaves the outdoor seating, which is problematic because, well, one, if they need to be agreeing to the 10 p.m. shutdown for outdoor dining, which was what we had before. And two, they have said all along that they do not want a dining shed. They hate dining sheds. We all agreed. They actually took it down, which is wonderful. The issue we have is what's coming because for all of our talks, it was always going to be the stipulated, I think it's 3 tables, 2 chairs each, 6 people outside. That's very different from 25 new chairs outside. So we want to know about that. And the primary reason we want to know about that is because the venting of the restaurant is lousy. It always has been. It spews grease and smell right into the street at about a 7-foot height. And if they are going to increase capacity, this vent that is already terrible is going to be even worse. And it unfortunately became that exact situation when Gabe was there prior during the pandemic when everything was the Wild West. But it was unlivable for many, many people on the street. And so we're just looking to nail that stuff down so that we can, you know, open our arms and say, come on in and give us a nice establishment on Great Jones Street. But we, you know, we're just fearful of, you know, the runaround and promises made now, not carried out later. And that's about it.
Thank you. Question.
So I know you've been following this, so you're aware that the venting situation is not amenable to any kind of fix, right?
Well, that's what we're told, but we're not really sure that's the truth.
Uh-huh.
It's a landmark building, which I know presents issues, but I highly doubt that Landmarks is going to say, no, you need to have something that sprays beef juice all over the street just because we want it to look like it used to look. We know that there's, you know, a vent could be put up the side of the building, out the back. There's different ways. It would mean that the landlord would have to put down some money and make some changes. So I don't think we should have to suffer because the landlord doesn't want to spend money to bring the thing up to mechanical code.
So if it isn't fixed, do you still want this place there as opposed to a non-restaurant?
We had talks.
Retail?
We had talks about if it cannot ever be fixed, they made compromises with the menu that they would have that would be less, you know, vent terrible. We have talked with them about cleaning it, bringing it up to, you know, putting more filters on it, doing everything they can. They've been seemingly amenable, but it's, you know, if we then go and double the seating outside, we're taxing this vent harder than it's going to be able to ever be ameliorated. So. Yeah.
Next.
Hi. Vance Trimble, 40 Great Jones. I did have an in-depth conversation with a practicing mechanical engineer about this vent situation.
A little closer to the mic, please.
Okay. And his take was the vent as it currently is does not meet current mechanical code, New York City mechanical code, meaning that it needs to be 10 feet from an operable window, it needs to be 10 feet from a lot line, and it needs to be 10 feet above the sidewalk, none of which is the case with this. He also explained to me that mechanical code cannot be grandfathered in. So any discussion that this is a grandfathered vent probably doesn't make sense. They could have a letter from the DOB or the mechanical division of the DOB saying that it's okay, but they've failed to show us anything like that. So the mechanical engineer's take was there's always a way to do it. It's a matter of whether you want to go through the process of doing what is necessary with landmarks, with any kind of changes you need to make to the building, running the pipes through parts of the building that may be residential. It would be difficult for sure, but there's a way to do it. And if there isn't, it probably shouldn't be a restaurant. So.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? Great. So I'm Rachel Morrow. I'm at 40 Great Jones. We have, since January, been, having lots of conversations with both Eric and Darren. Most recently on Friday, we had found out they did not reach back out to us when they reapplied last week. So we reached out to them just because things at the last meeting really didn't go that well. And we've been trying in good faith to come up with some sort of an agreement. I was one of the founding members of Noho Bowery stakeholders, so I'm well familiar with the types of stipulation letters that Zella Jones would write up for Noho Bowery stakeholders. We have told them all along that we would be happy to welcome them into the neighborhood, providing they went along with the same set of stipulations that we had with Gabe and with Jolene. And yes, they've agreed to the hours. They've agreed to stick to the same, sort of size. We've asked them to assure us that they're not going to increase these hours or the space in the future. And we also asked them to please give us some, better indication of what they're planning to do with the outdoor space, because as we've said, this is very much something that is very much concerning, especially to the people at 48 Great Jones. And equally, we still don't have a solution to this venting. So we sent them a letter 24 hours ago enshrining what we thought we had agreed upon, asked them to get back to us to let us know whether or not we could present this letter to you all tonight. And if there was anything that we misunderstood, to get back to us and let us know. And we've heard nothing. Now this, as we said to them, and I'll say again to you tonight, we represent the group of us, about 110 residents in 6 buildings. And I know at the last meeting, the lawyer told us, or told all of you, that we were only 5 people. It's not, it's more. So this is our ongoing concern, and we're just not sure what to say. We don't know whether we should get behind this or not get behind it, because we don't feel that we're being given any concrete answers about some of these outstanding issues. Thank you.
I signed up there. Can I have a quick word?
No. So speak, give us your name, speak, and then fill out the speaker's card and hand it to me.
Hi, my name is Bill Hartman, and I'm actually the original owner of the Great Jones.
Speak into the microphone though. Speak, and you need to speak to us into the microphone, please. I think. Try, yeah.
What's
the mic, Bill? You hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, oh, here we go. All right. I'm Phil Hartman. I'm actually the original owner of the Great Jones Cafe. 41 years ago, we opened, very different time. We always had great relationship with the neighborhood, but it was very different. There were not so many residents there. We always tried to be respectful, and that iteration of the Great Jones lasted for 35 years. The folks who came in after that, I can't speak for. I felt like they did not really understand the history of the place, or the kind of commitment to the community that we always had. So I was relieved that friends of mine, people who I've known and who I trust, had interest in coming into the space. And they reached out to me, and I encouraged them and said, it's a historic place. It would be really great if it could remain a place, with integrity, and that was cool, and that was like a little bit of a taste of old New York. I fully understand all the issues that the neighborhood has brought up, because I think we put that ventilation duct there. I'm not sure, there was something there, but I think that bell right now is the one that we put in. And I hope that you guys can figure out a solution that works for everybody. But I just want to speak on behalf of the space, which is has so much history in it, and it would be really wonderful if it could remain the same kind of place. And I also want to speak on behalf of these particular people who I think are going to be good, trustworthy tenants. So thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You have to fill out your card.
Go ahead.
So I know you know knew Zella well. And she was the one who had negotiated the stipulations that we're talking about.
Yeah.
On the space and
for the prior tenant.
For the prior tenant, but most of the people I think who are part of this agreement lived there when Great Jones Cafe was operating as well. They're not unfamiliar with the premises. So it's not like they're brand new people here. They've lived here decades also.
Yeah.
And so I think that their concern is with the ongoing issues there. And, that's the issue. And it doesn't seem from the things I've seen from what Vance had just said,
with respect to that venting, it doesn't seem to meet code. And that's one of the main issues that people have had. And when Great Jones was operating, that relationship with your neighbors stopped people from pursuing that complaint.
Yeah.
But at some point, you know, these things need to be resolved. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, particularly with venting issues and all the newer technology. And,
Yeah.
and that's what I think, you know, that you're hearing from the local residents. And I also think that the pressures on the businesses are very different. And so while all of us have been, you know, and I lived in Noho for maybe more than several decades at this point, but you know, we understand that. But at this point, just as much as, you know, the buildings have been required to do a lot of work, you know, the same is true of the businesses, because in many respects, the residential aspect of the neighborhood has grown up with Great Jones Cafe.
Yeah.
And particularly with the loft laws, which preceded, you know, and the residents lived in most of those apartments before Great Jones Cafe. So this, I mean, that's the response. And I don't think anybody's saying no. And that's what we've heard. And I think that's the struggle that everybody's having is how do you make it work?
Yeah.
And that's that. I mean, and I just bring up Zella because she spent a significant amount of time the last time this was here and tried to navigate it.
I don't just know Zella. She's related to me. So,
I know that.
yeah.
I didn't want to bring that up, but yes,
Yeah.
right. She mentioned that
Yeah.
many times and throughout that discussion when I was speaking with her.
Yeah.
With that. So it's a complicated.
Undoubtedly. I mean, I don't think that anything the tenants have been bringing up is unreasonable. I just hope that there's a solution that works for everybody. I mean, I'm a city resident too. I experience all the same things. So I will say that the business climate is very tough right now. So I know I just hate to lose precious spaces and you know, good operators. So
Thank you.
Yeah.
Michelle Campo? Oh, Phil, you have to fill out
What? Hi, I don't have much to add. I agree with what they said. Not that short. Okay, the only thing from my observation from last time was one of the applicants seemed to be very arrogant in his discussion of the people who came as just individuals. I know he was reprimanded as to they represented groups, but he still had that attitude. And I think that attitude prevails in ways that are unfortunate. And I just wanted to add that into the mix. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. You guys can sit. I think, yeah. What? Yes, I was going. Okay, come on back.
Couple of things on the venting.
Yeah.
In that space. It is complicated. Vance is correct. It's a very complicated issue that Anthony, who you guys all know, is very aware of. And he's spent a lot of time over the past month researching how this is all possible. And it's actually apparently starts with some of the integrity of his building, which he's correcting now. So the process is long, and I know that he's committed to addressing it in a long-term solution, but that is a long-term conversation, unfortunately, that I can't fully participate in because I don't own the building. But what I can participate in, and the promises that I can make as a good operator, somebody that's been doing this also for many decades, that doesn't have any issues with any of my neighbors, because we're extremely willing to open dialogue, and we believe in open dialogue, is if you've looked at the adjusted menu, there's actually only 3 items being cooked now. So the way we would design the current menu, knowing that this is a neighborhood issue, is we even reduced it further than Gabe's original menu. There's 3 current items being cooked. The rest are being cold, prepped, and prepared for this exact issue because I know it's an issue for the neighborhood. So, you know, I would love to be able to tell you that tomorrow there's going to be a stack and we're not going to open until that's on the roof. It's just not, it's unfortunately not a realistic request, and I'm not going to stand up here and lie to you. But I, again, can promise that greatly reduce the amount of cooking we're doing to almost none. 3 items is almost none.
3.
We're also willing to do like a very proper cleaning schedule on it, having the vent and everything cleaned out monthly, everything, you know, the ductwork clear, et cetera, things we wouldn't typically do in a typical kitchen, filters cleaned, et cetera.
Okay. So, I'm just going to go back to the agreeing to not expand and agreeing to keep the hours as what you have here and the capacity is what you have here. And the reason I'm personally pushing to have you agree to that's not changing is because when you originally came here, the application was different. So, sorry, Frank. I know you can't hear. So, you know, you started with a bigger application, later hours. You couldn't adjust the hours or anything like that. So I'd like to ask for a firm commitment that you are not going to come back here in 6 months asking to expand or asking for later hours.
Yes, confirmed.
And keep the capacity as what it is, et cetera.
Correct. Yes.
So, and then I'd like to go back to the outdoor dining and see if we can come to some agreement on that.
We
Well,
don't-
10 PM and 3 tables and 6 seats, because that's not what anybody wanted, but that's what was agreed to before, and the new guidelines are actually more restrictive.
Sure.
Yeah, you know, I really, again, we're not here to disturb the neighborhood and be there until midnight, although the rules I know allow for that. I would agree to a 10 o'clock, but I can't agree to the number of tables until I fully understand what I can do with that space, what I'm allowed to do, what's possible. I just can't do that. We're very meticulous.
2 hours.
Yeah, but I'd be willing to definitely agree to the 10 and not, but I don't know the number of tables. I don't know exactly what this space is going to allow for, what the concept's going to want specifically. We're really meticulous.
Do you agree to no roadbed?
I'm not going to do a whole structure.
No, nobody's doing a whole
No, I
structure.
can't agree to
because
no
you can't-
roadbed. I'm not doing an outdoor
So
structure.
that's, okay, then that's.
I can't agree to anything that I haven't studied it yet, so I can't, I'm
Well,
not.
I'm going to tell you something. It's that it's all been sitting up there for weeks. I've studied
I've
it.
been very busy. I have a lot of businesses. We're trying to do this. No offense. I will sit with it. It's 40 pages. I want to read it.
That's insulting. to
Everybody
everybody.
has.
I
I
wouldn't
get
just turn around and say, I sit here and I've done all this and nobody's paying me for doing this and I have a lot of other things to do too. And I've had an opportunity to read them. And actually, I don't even have a business that's running off of potentially the seats I could have out there. So I think it's
all being studied on all of my places, and we're really meticulous about when we file these applications, discuss the outside.
Discussion today.
Yeah.
About them.
So it's.
Well,
I
this
can't
has
just
come up on every
arbitrarily
conference. I mean,
agree
I'm
to
just going to
things.
say this has come up every time you have been here. This has been a discussion. So,
Never made that point out to see.
huh?
Never made that point out to see at the previous 2 meetings.
But yeah, there was discussions about the outdoor seating. You didn't make it far enough for anybody to get that far down into it. So let me just run through. So it's a family-friendly eatery with fresh seafood menu primarily. There's a burger and fries on there, but basically it's a,
Yes. Yeah.
yeah, okay. With 4 counter seats, 8 bar seats, and 22 table seats for 34 people inside. And the hours of operation are noon to midnight Sunday, 4 to midnight Monday through Thursday, 4 to 1 a.m. Friday, and noon to 1 a.m. Saturday. Okay. All outdoor closing by 10 p.m. Cormac, can I keep going or do you, okay. And that you won't be extending those hours. We're still, you'll say something,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Okay, and you will not be expanding into any adjacent building lots or addresses in the future. The demised premises will continue to be exactly the same as for Marlin Spike Hall now and in the future. which is what's there.
I didn't hear the last.
Marlin Spike Hall now and in the future.
Yes.
That's it. Okay. And you haven't agreed to a sidewalk seating that's allowed under the Dining Out New York City programs, but you're not agreeing to not applying for any roadbed dining. And you will make sure the sidewalk will remain clean and clear of debris, trash, and vermin. And you'll disallow outdoor loitering, and you'll monitor unruly patrons so that they are not unruly anywhere on the street.
I've already cleared planters for some of the neighbors already that had complained about it. Again, I wish that, I know in time you will realize we are very good operators and extremely receptive to all requests from neighbors.
Okay, Cormac?
Clearly. Yeah, I just want to sort of clarify. So we got written testimony from some folks on Great Jones Street. I just want to make sure we're very clear on this. Are you stipulating that the venting is going to be brought up to current New York City mechanical?
I can't stipulate what's on the building. I can't tell you
said, yeah.
But I can tell you that I do know that the landlord is very actively doing repairs to the building in order to be able to do this. I can't say when he's going to do it, how he's going to do it. He's not here, but I do know that we're in full discussions about it.
That is what I heard you said. I just want to make sure I didn't misunderstand or there wasn't miscommunication after I read this. Thank you.
Anna? Oh, just out of curiosity, what were the 3 items that you took off the menu that would have caused a vent problem?
No, we only have 3 items that we cook now.
Okay, what are the 3 items that you cook?
It's the burger, fries, and what was the third one? The chicken. What was the third dish? The chicken and the chicken. And that's not fried, actually. That's baked. So it's not a fried chicken. So it's not real. There's really only one fried item, actually, if you really think about it.
Fries.
Fries.
Yeah, that's it.
And then the rest, the grill might have burger but that's only one item and that's it. So there's really, again, we just limited the menu extremely.
And no sauteed onions?
Probably not. I don't think so. Why, you don't like onions?
No, it smells.
Oh.
Thank you.
So I'm just looking at Gabe's original menu. I mean, it doesn't look like there's anything that was fried on there.
Gabe's last menu, I guess.
Well, that's what the agreement was based on. Well, that's what I'm saying. So when you're saying
I was talking about his last menu, I assume.
Yeah, but that wasn't in compliance with the stipulations that he had agreed to.
That wasn't stipulated, though. What are you looking at specifically?
I'm looking at his questionnaire package that he submitted to us.
Not a stipulation. No.
It was not a stipulation. I was talking about.
Yeah, but it's why there was an opposition to the application because it was discussed extensively.
That in the stipulations, they couldn't cook, and that wasn't true.
That was the agreement from the Noho Bowery stakeholders. And that was the reason they didn't oppose it.
There was to the Noho stakeholders agreement that said that they would revisit the menu as it went along. I think that's.
Okay. And with them. And so the next question is when you open and somebody makes a complaint about the vent and you get a violation, if you were to get a violation, it says discontinue use of the vent, what are you going to do then?
Yeah.
I mean, that's.
We comply with the law. I mean.
Yeah, so if I'm going to abide by the law, the answer is yes, but that's.
So how would you then handle the kitchen if that were the case before a solution?
A lot of emergency meetings and it's not something that I have thought about yet, but.
Because I think that's that's sort of the part that we've seen and we heard last month and people have said that nobody wants to police your menu. That's not the job of the community. And they also want you to have a compliant vent. And it seems that you got advice not to touch it, but part of that is so nobody reviews it. And then what seems to have happened, from the research that members of the community have done, which seems to be consistent, what I've seen is it's non-compliant. It can't be a pre-existing non-conforming use because that doesn't exist for the mechanical code supposedly, or from what they've said. So it's stuck in a situation where it's still not addressed. And I guess that's the issue that I see coming up, and it doesn't seem like there's a plan.
Well, if it would be our problem to figure them out at that time. I would hope, that I don't have a backup plan I don't have a backup plan for that scenario.
You're running a restaurant, right? And you need events.
What's that?
And
Okay. Basically talking about taking the burger's price off the menu, but
I'm just saying, I don't think people aren't interested in that. They want the place vented legally without.
Yeah, I guess that's
issues.
the answer. I guess we would take the burger and fries off of the menu and remain the same is probably what we would have to do. The what? No, I have a full menu. Absolutely not.
But
no.
My understanding is the challenge would be using the gas, which is what we had talked about last month.
What's that?
Is using gas. That's the
Gas what?
gas kitchen is the challenge with the venting, because the venting is required for the gas kitchen.
There is a lot of a kitchen equipment that is like ventless. kitchen.
I'm aware.
There's a lot of options here. If this scenario does wind up in some place, like aside from changing the menu, there's kitchen equipment that can assist with that as well.
Yeah, there's ventless fryers. There's a lot of options that we just haven't, like, if I had to cross that bridge, I would. As you know, I'm sure all restaurant operators, this is putting out fires is what we do. And if that was a fire we had to put out, we'd figure it out like any business owner. I try not to live my life on what ifs. I'd be up every night and.
Well, this came up, Frank, you were here when we discussed this the last time, and this was the same place we ended it and nothing was solved.
Right now, our goal is to minimize the odor that comes out of that vent. That's our primary goal, and we designed a menu around that specifically.
Okay, I mean, that's what, this is precisely exactly the same conversation that was had with a menu with no fried items on it.
That was about the expanded. That was about the expansion and the extra seats in the back and everything that went on.
No,
with that.
I'm talking about when Marlon Spike Hall came before us.
Yeah.
That was part of that conversation. And that when Marlon Spike Hall came before us, that was part of the conversation. And that menu that was proposed was where, and trust me, not everybody necessarily wanted to go along with this. And if you've worked with Zella, we haven't seen a little bit persuasive with the community sometimes too. And she said, let's just work through and see what happens. And now we're here again. And that's why this is the time to discuss it, is before you're open, before all the endeavors have been taken and understanding what's right, but we're not. Well, and
we're negotiating on top of it and giving up a lot of the food items. This is the process. You're correct. We're engaged in it currently.
But this is the same thing that happened and it didn't work before. And I guess that's the concern.
You said the issue, just to be clear, hold on. I'm sorry, Frank, just to be clear, everyone's biggest concern was that not only are we going to have what you considered Gabe's current problems, we're going to be adding another 25 plus seats and it's double the problem. Now we're coming back to you, letting you know it's not double the problem anymore. Not only is it not double the problem from the current menu, we eliminated all the other items and now you're still saying it's an issue. So no matter what's going to be there, this will always be an issue. And we've negotiated.
Well, outdoor dining, we don't even know about. So I mean, there is an increased impact from what Gabe's. I mean, for what it is, these are the open issues. And I also have to say, from what was shared with me, the residents not responding to them isn't really a great way.
We have been so responsive. We just didn't.
Well, they reached out to you.
Yes, I've done nothing. We've done nothing but email, extremely timely, back and forth. You can ask anybody that if you could raise your hand if you guys are still here. That's just
I'm all saying that they reached out to you when you came back to go on the agenda.
Just looking for reasons to say no to this application. That's what it feels like.
Okay. Well, I just don't want to repeat the same problems, and having this work is important.
We've cooperated with the neighbors as much as we can. We've done everything.
Really have. An enormous amount of negotiating has gone on.
3 months.
Well, Cormac, you were first. There's the 3 months. I think we lost a month.
I really appreciate what you said about, the idea that it was double and now we've brought it down and things, because the concern was we're going to expand over the existing problems. Now we should be back to existing problems. My problem is I'm sitting here and I don't know if that's true, Because outdoor seating is not some alien thing that happens somewhere else. It's the same kitchen. It's the same question of the problem. How big is a place going to be? And since you don't know that yet, right, that's leaving me not sure if it is a big expanded footprint or not. Because it's not clear yet.
Well, I'll tell you, it can't be an expanded, because even if we did exactly what Gabe did, because we couldn't fit another table. There's only a certain amount of tables you can physically fit. So we could pretty much do some reasonable, forward thinking. It's not going to be more than it currently is. It's just because it won't fit, right? We're limited to space here. So it's not more. If anything, it's exactly the same. It might be less because we don't want a whole structure, as I explained to you, which is why we tore the structure down. So that's just not true.
One thing I'm just trying to understand from last time to this time is, why do the neighbors still not, I mean, they're talking about the vent, like, can the vent be fixed? Can the vent not be fixed? Is it a matter of money? And, people still seem to feel, last time I actually thought the vent can't be fixed. And now I hear people saying, well, maybe it can. And so I don't know where I'm supposed to land on this, actually.
It's difficult. It's the answer is not so black and white where yes, it can be fixed. The answer would be no, it can't be fixed. But if you really start to dig and the landlord really does some work on the building, and then they go back to and ask, if they could, it takes a lot. It just takes a lot of planning. Maybe there's a way to do their thing because they own two properties. So maybe they can find a loophole in the law because they own both properties where the vent can go over a little bit. It's a complicated, it's not a black and white issue as is what you're feeling, and you're correct. So it's not, yes, it's legal. No, it's not legal. Possibly. And they're working on it.
I think
that just seems to be like this obstacle that I keep hearing meeting after meeting is, yes, the outdoor seating is an issue, but the issue of like the vent, you're right. I can accept that it's this gray area, but I'm just saying that that's what's frustrating people. It's like, because it's the heart, it's the heart of things.
If there was a way that we could just build a vent and have it stack up the actual storefront, we would just do that. Yeah. It would be a non-issue.
Okay. Anybody? I think, I wish we could solve something with this outdoor dining, but I think we're not going to get there. So, thanks. No, that's it. Right. Okay.
Thank you for the
Thank you. Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you.
We do appreciate it.
Okay. The next application is going to be Crosby Street. Okay.
Hello, everybody. Donald Bernstein on behalf of the applicant. Yeah, can you hear me? Mind if I take this out? Yeah, hi. Okay, Donald Bernstein on behalf of the applicant. With me is Salvatore Sagaria and Jeff. Jeff, what's your last name? Fell. Sorry. This is a new application for what we describe as an intimate, upscale cocktail bar on Crosby Street. The space that is going to be licensed is currently part of the Banana Republic store. So we are effectively going to be getting a lease or a license agreement from Banana Republic. It is not going to be part of the store. We will have our own separate entrance on Crosby Street. There is no access between
our cocktail bar and the store, other than there'll be emergency egress. It's small space. The total number of seats is 30 at 13 tables. There is one bar with 9 stools. So it's a total of 39 seats on the ground floor. There is a cellar, but that is back of house. That's not for patron use. Jeff is, both Jeff and Sabato have been in hospitality for many years. I'm going to turn this over to them in a minute so that they can speak to you about it. Jeff has been the owner of the cocktail bar in the East Village known as Please Don't Tell. It's been, he's operated that for about 13, 14 years. Also has one in Hong Kong with a 4 a.m. close. And both Jeff and his other cocktail bar have won a number of awards. Jeff has won an award as best bartender in the country. And the information I have is that GQ awarded the bar top cocktail bar in the country in 2010. So it's quite an unusual place, not your typical cocktail bar that they are going to be opening in this location. There is not going to be any outdoor space used in connection with the space. The music program will be curated background music only. There will be no DJ at any time. There's no live music. There's no outdoor space. There are no promoters. There's no dancing. It's a very contained operation. They can talk about the price point. It will be on the high side and will therefore attract a certain customer base that is not going to be party buses. It's not going to be bar crawls or anything of that nature at all. In terms of hours, as I said, Jeff's other bar, cocktail bar, has a 4 a.m. Coming into this neighborhood, we understand that that is not going to be a workable situation. So we never came into this looking for a 4 a.m. What we did plan to have was a 2 a.m. close across the board, opening at 2 in the afternoon. Was it 2 or 4? 2 in the afternoon and closing at 2 a.m. We reached out to the block associations. We've had a couple of discussions with Pete and Laura and some others. I think they were productive. There were a number of questions that they asked. We responded to them. We got back to them with some more information. They expressed some concern about the 2 a.m. across the board as an accommodation to them and seeking their support. And we'd like to obviously have your support. We propose that we would reduce the closing by 1 hour and close by 1 a.m. Every night. Keep in mind, this is a cocktail bar. This is not a restaurant where people are going to eat and be out by 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock. We do need some late night activity. That's part of the program. And we've done our best to curtail that to what we think is reasonable, but at an hour that we can still do business that we think will not have an adverse effect on the community. And keep in mind also that it's small. We're talking about a total of 39 seats. It's a very small place. We do have some petition signatures. I don't think I've given that to you, Donna. I will give that to you. We have done that outreach as well. And I think with that, I'm going to turn it over to you guys.
Thank you, Donald. To add to that, the bar that we run in the East Village, please don't
Just
tell.
say your name, even though he stated your name. Can you just?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Sabato Sierra, and I'm one of Jeff's partners in Apre Crew. Or I'm sorry, in Please Don't Tell. And we also operate 16 restaurants, mostly in New York. 14 of those are in New York. And so understand how to serve alcohol responsibly. But one thing to add to the statements Donald made about the bar, you know, our restaurants and bars, and especially the bar here, is a destination. So it's not as though people are stumbling in looking for just a place to grab a quick shot. And we're going on to the next one. We are in Resi, and pretty much I'd say 95% of our guests make reservations in advance. If they are put on the wait list, then we text them when the table's ready, so they're not hanging out just waiting for their cocktail. And as we look at this one, we're looking for a high-end cocktail bar, as Donald mentioned, drinks starting probably around $20 and going up. The table configurations are 2 tops, so it's not looking for groups of 10 or 20 coming in to take over the whole place. Really people that want to have this as either the start of an evening or the end after dinner and go from there. So, Jeff, anything else you want to add?
Hi, I'm Jeff Bell. I'm the partner of PET in New York and Hong Kong. Thanks for taking the time today. There was a couple things addressed in our meetings with the Block Association. One, well, I can't remember if it was you that mentioned the decibel level, but I did some measuring, and it's under 70 at PDT. So it's not. This was one question, and went through the whole task and downloading an app for it. I'm just kidding. And Pete, there was a question about garbage pickup. And we currently use Waste Connections at PDT, and then we have a pickup at 88 Crosby. And was it 3? What time do they pick up? They pick up after midnight, so we already have a stop at the same, multiple stops at the, or one next door. So we've actually an extra stop. They would stop and pick up 88 and then. So we've done a little bit of the work that was asked to make sure that we wouldn't be adding any extra noise to the neighborhood. We take that very seriously. We have a great relationship with our neighbors in the East Village. They have my phone number. If there's ever an issue with noise or anything like that, which there isn't, if there happens to be, I get a phone call and answer it. I understand we can create a sort of a phone tree, but all of that has come back to me, and I take that very seriously. It's a great honor to be having the opportunity to operate in Soho. And I take that very seriously and make sure we rectify any distraction we do have. We don't anticipate having any, but I'd like to take those head on and deal with them right away.
There was also another request or comment that came from some of the neighbors, and we spoke to them about the exterior and the facade, and because we are a speakeasy, it's not something that has a big sign that says bar outside. And they were concerned about people confusing their door with an entrance to a hidden bar in some sort. We learned about this on Friday, spoke with our designers and architects and trying to explore what that is. It is landmark, so we are limited to what we can do, but we are looking for a way to distinguish it so that people aren't trying to find our bar and enter into somebody's apartment. So, I think that's it.
Anybody from the committee have anything to start with? I've got a bunch of people from the public. So, anybody here from the public who wants to speak on this application? I have a bunch of names. You can just start to come up. Alexander Norcroft, Christine Sperry, Jane Sachs, Pete Davies, Laura Tenenbaum, just anybody who's here on this, just come up and say your name and I'll. Renee Monrose, Pierre-Louis Consaperi, Michelle Campo. Go ahead. There's a dial midway down if you want to raise it. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Start with your name. Yeah.
Okay, it's fine. My name is Heather Peachy. I represent the owner of the property at 552 Broadway. I'm here on behalf of the owner as well as a resident of District Community Board 2 that lives across the street from this premises. First, I'd like to start with the owner's interests. The owner, actually, of this property is Royal Crosby LLC. The application indicates the owner is Banana Republic. This is not true. Banana Republic leases the space on the second floor, the first floor cellar of this building. The owner was not aware of this application until we brought it to her attention when we saw it posted on a lamppost outside. Spoke to the owner, said, this is what it is. It's a license agreement. She's not aware of it until this weekend. We asked, her lawyers been going back and forth to get the license agreement. She received what was a draft of the license agreement this late afternoon that's not executed. We then said, this is premature. This is an unexecuted licensing agreement. Can you please, what do you call this, lay this to the next month? To the next one, so she could at least review the business plan, understand the hours of operation, the use change that will be happening at her building. And we were told, no, cannot. So I'm here on her behalf. So she's not opposed to having some sort of cafe or something in the space. She was told that this would be an extension of the Bowery Public brand and a lifestyle extension. She thought it was something associated, like a customer would come in, buy some sweaters, get some coffee, have a mimosa. She did not know it was going to be a speakeasy until 2 a.m. or 1 a.m. So this is all news to her. So there's errors on the application, even beyond just listing what the Banana Republic as the owner. The application erroneously lists that there's a C of O for this use on the building. There's no C of O. There's a temporary C of O that expired 4 years ago for retail use, which is 10A for a big box banana. So banana had a TCO. We would need a use group 6A for this type of establishment. It's not there. There's other issues, ADA compliance, we've got into it. Again, owner theoretically has a great relationship with Banana Republic. She's going to continue the relationship with Banana Republic, but we want to also maintain the fabric of our neighborhood and try to make something that's harmonious. So the fact that this was just thrown onto her and we're trying, I'm here right now on her behalf, just, trying to figure out what the actual proposal is. We haven't seen plans. The plans that I saw were the ones that were submitted to you. I'm also the project architect for the owner, by the way. So I would be reviewing the plans. The last set of plans I received from Banana Republic, I received on November 14th, 2022, and it showed the Crosby Street space as a concierge, which would be sort of a normal accessory use to a retail space. You take your VIP back there, show her some clothing, give her a cocktail. So this is a complete surprise. And like I said, I don't have the full plans. I can only see what's submitted online, so I can't see where like the demising walls are. But they did state that it's a separate entity. So I don't even know if Banana Republic can license something to a separate entity. We're still trying to figure all of this out from a legality perspective for the owner. So those are my comments.
Could you just do me one favor, go back to the very beginning, state your name again and the owner, just so I get that.
My name is Heather Peachy.
Okay, and did you
I filled out a card for you.
Okay. And you're here representing the owner.
The owner is Royal Crosspin LLC.
Okay.
And I'm also representing myself.
Okay.
At 101 Crosby Street, across the
Got
street.
it. Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kim Martini and I'm the tenant. I live on the 4th floor. I've been there only 31 years. I found this out by a few of the nice members of the community who sent me an email. I respect what you want to do. I understand what you want to do, and I've been to your bar. My door, my back entrance is 12 feet from their entrance of what they're proposing. Two things. We don't have a COI. I'm a loft tenant that's been protected under the loft law, and unfortunately, no one has reached out to the three of us that live there. What you may not realize is my back door is 12 feet from the entrance they're proposing. It is also set back by 5 feet with the buzzer. I have been plagued with urine, feces, and throw up for 31 years. It's taken me 21 years to get the light replaced. The sounds on Crosby Street, which, as you know, is very residential or business quiet, echoes. It's a cavern between my building over the top of Banana and to my neighbors who unfortunately left. We've had to argue with neighbors, with the businesses playing music so loud that I can take aerobic classes in my own apartment. That may not be you, but I'm also the board president of the Mercer Houston Dog Run, and I know how to deal with noise. There's a lot of noise. I deal with dog barking noises and work with NYU and the NYU community to lessen the noise. I'm concerned about noise because my windows face Crosby Street. Also, trash. As you know, there are several people in the neighborhood who do collect bottles and cans. What will that sound like at all hours? The Museum of Ice Cream said there would be no issue, but on a nightly basis, we have pink ice cream running down the sidewalks and stinking up the street. So there's a lot of things I don't think that have been considered, such as parking. That street is double parked one way in a one-way street after 6 p.m. The tenants can and will lose their parking spaces. And who's to say that these people, who I'm sure are lovely people who are going to be at this establishment, aren't going to go into my archway to smoke a cigarette, smoke pot, throw up, or pee? Unfortunately, as is, and I'm still trying to figure out how they got a lease as a subtenant of Banana Republic without the landlord knowing. We're all asking that. I do wish them well on their endeavors, but again, I have to live with this. This is my home and has been for over 30 years. Thank you, and I appreciate all that you do.
Thank you. Who's next?
Hi, how are you? My name is Pierluigi Gonzaga. I have lived in Soho for 45 years on Broadway between Prince and Spring. And I was kind of appalled that we got this news that 90 Crosby was going to be a speakeasy. It's right across the street from another bar, which is within 200 feet from Balthazar. So what's going on here in terms of this? I mean, now we have dispensaries, right? More bars, free liquor, we heard tonight. So this is Soho drunk and stoned. This is CB2 drunk and stoned. It is, you talk about the fabric of this neighborhood. And here we are allowing a bar across the street from another bar. Again, it's fancy schmancy. But, it's a very small place. I don't know how they're going to contain people within the premises itself. Who knows whether they're going to expand out into the street at that time of day, at night, at 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, whatever. I think it's just overkill. And I think CB2 should be aware that residents are here and we want to keep some sanity. Which is hard to come by. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alexander Moratov, lived and worked in Soho for 43 years now. I'm here to speak from a personal experience, not with this operation, but being a neighbor to what is now Gospel on Lafayette Street. We lived for 20 years or so with Pravda under a well-negotiated and responsibly enforced agreement. I think this was one of actually the first agreements that was reached with a restaurant and bar, which kind of became a nightclub, and they acted responsibly so that the neighborhood and the neighbors could live peacefully with them. Then the owners changed and things transformed and morphed into something entirely different. And now we live where the street is impassable. People are on their horns 3 nights a week. I have to wear headphones to be able to work late, which I do. The residents in our building, which is just adjacent, it's not the same building as Gospel. Basically, those spaces are uninhabitable 3 nights a week. So my testimony is that something that starts out acceptable very easily morphs quietly and without notice given to something that's completely unacceptable. And how these agreements are enforced and how they're written is tremendously important, because something that sounds perfectly nice that we heard can become very easily overwhelming to this single lane street, which has, is far more easily to overwhelm that than Lafayette Street. And as you know, Gospel overwhelmed Lafayette Street, a two lane street that supposedly is open to traffic, and yet traffic stalls between 2 and 4 in the morning. Nothing's moving on Lafayette Street. Thank you.
Next.
Hi, I'm Christine Sperry. I have been in Petrosino Square area for 35 years. I have witnessed in my neighborhood, my street, excessive use of fancy dancy people having limos come, and that they will come to pick up their people and they will sit for an incredible amount of time. And then people loudly go to their limos. So that will block traffic and create noise most likely. I'm also a little confused what speakeasy means. Historically, it means something obviously that this doesn't mean. And I'm not real clear of the element of what speakeasy connotates or why that's even in the mix. I would like to also say that I'm a little confused on how I think the patron number maximum was 30, but there's 39 seats. So just those few things.
Hi, Laura Tenenbaum speaking. I sent you a one-page sheet on this. I assume everyone's read it, so I don't have to go through the whole thing. But just briefly, I want to, there was a lot that was really good about this applicant. I have absolutely no doubt that they are honorable and that they will be conducting the kind of business they are planning. And I think that in another space, another street, it might really work well. My concern is that they've chosen a really poor venue on Crosby Street. As I said to you before, the applicants, as I wrote to you, the applicant doesn't expect a lot of patrons to arrive by vehicle, but to stroll over 2 by 2 because it's going to be seating for 2. They're not going to have large seats. From a nearby restaurant or a hotel that has recommended that they make a reservation to come on, have a quiet drink and eat some nice expensive tidbits and be there for an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, and then leave. The problem with this is that it's people strolling after having a dinner, maybe a couple of wines, going through Soho, where as you know, the cast iron buildings are so permeable to noise. We cannot keep it out no matter what kind of double hung or triple hung windows we have. It's noisy. When people walk down our street at 11 o'clock at night, 12 o'clock at night, midnight, 4 a.m., we hear them because they're happy, they're talking, they're chatting, and we know what they're talking about. It's that bad. So we asked for hours to be commensurate with most of the restaurants along Petrosino Square, which is a closing on Thursday, Friday, Saturday of midnight, 11 o'clock the rest of the week. We think that's reasonable. The problem is that this is not St. Mark's Place, and we certainly don't want Crosby Street to become what Petrosino Square is now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Renee Monrose. I gave a speaker card, but you didn't call it. I think you have it though. Yep. I have met with the gentleman too in one of the meetings.
Yeah, just
Sorry,
because.
I've met with the gentleman as well, the applicants. And like Laura, as Laura said, they seem to be very responsible and professional operators. The problem is the location, as everyone has pointed out, and the hours. Just needs to be emphasized that Crosby Street is extremely narrow, and the sound reverberates all over the place. The buildings, some of the buildings are very small too, so people live very low down to the street. As I said, ended my testimony, so I don't want to repeat that. I do want to put on the record that I'm speaking on behalf of Pam Morgan at 87 Crosby. She could not be here because of an emergency. So she was here to represent her building where the residents are all in opposition as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Pete Davies. My door onto Crosby is 88. They're 90. We did meet with the applicants and we were up a couple of times. Seemed like really good guys. But boy, what we're hearing tonight, we raised some of these issues about subtenant versus the owner, the whole loft tenant situation, the failure of the acquisition of the rent stabilized leases after decades. And I was assured by them, we checked with the subtenant, with the retail tenant, but everything's good. And everything else was kind of pushed off. I don't know if I've been to these meetings a lot. I don't know that I've ever seen an owner rep appear and say, I don't know nothing about this. This is all new to me. Have you ever seen that? Another thing, I would hope that the committee would dig in a little bit as to why this location is the chosen location and how that came about. Because the work to renovate Banana Republic had been ongoing, and unless it was pre-planned, it happened, this new arrangement happened in the middle of the renovation of Banana Republic to create a Banana Republic home store opening to Crosby Street. But now all of a sudden it's a bar, which would close at 9 o'clock. And then we get a thing to 2 a.m. I know that there were a number of people that hope to be here. I know some of them have already left. But there are a good number of families, people with children, 2 a.m., 1 a.m., right below. That was the beginning of the issue in the neighborhood. But now what we've learned tonight, somebody's selling something here. Somebody's selling something stinky.
Anybody else? Michelle, you filled out a card. You don't have to speak. Yes or no? Okay. Is there anybody else? I have some other cards here, but I think Kim Martini, Jane Sachs. Does anybody else want to speak on this? Okay, 216 Lafayette. We are not hearing tonight. Let me just run through that. They laid over. I announced this at the beginning, so you came in late. I announced it a number of times, but I have not announced it again. So they laid over at the last minute. I'm so sorry that you've been sitting here. They will be here next month. Okay? Sorry. The other ones, Taylor LLC is laid over, Veg 240 Lafayette. We are not hearing. They've withdrawn, and Arvine Hospitality at 56 Spring has also withdrawn. So if anybody's here for those, we are not hearing them tonight. Okay, I think that does it with the public on this one. Go ahead. Come on.
I was taking notes, so sorry. So just wanted to address some of the items that Heather brought up at the beginning that have seemed to be a sense of a lot of confusion. The name on the application in terms of who the landlord is not meant to mislead anybody. I believe it's, in my understanding of this, is that they are, Banana Republic would be our landlord, it does not ask for the building's owner. I believe when we go to the SLA, we do have to define who the owner of the building is. So there was no intent to mislead anybody on that. In terms of the relationship between the landlord and the building, I can't speak to that. I have not spoken with them. We have other buildings where we have, there's a co-op that owns the building and we have somebody that has a 100-year lease. We do directly contact with them. We don't have any contact with the building owner, the co-op, it all goes through them. So in terms of why NOI was not signed, well, there's a lot of things that we need also on our behalf in order to go into this space. Having done, operated probably 30 some restaurants in New York, understand there's a lot of nuances to each space. There's a lot of questions about this space that we need answered prior to that in turn to make sure that it is zoned properly and also, as we're coming before you, not really understanding what exactly we might be able to achieve or an agreement we may come to when it comes to getting hours of operations, that impacts our business financially. And so in order for us to sign up and commit to financial terms with a landlord with this much unknown is not something that I feel comfortable putting my name on a piece of paper to do that. So just wanted to say that. In terms of how Banana Republic got to the idea of saying we'd like to bring a license or lease the space or that. I can't speak to who along the way or how long they've been planning on redoing their store, who they presented that to, and what different iterations that might have been on various plans. So again, I'm not privy to that information. And as I look ahead, for us, one of the things that we did say that, I wasn't aware of any relationship that the tenants had with the building owner with that. So they brought it to our attention. We shared that with Banana Republic and also reinforced the need that we need to have a signed document from the building owner that says that we have the exclusive right to operate a bar in there. Again, last thing we want to do is go in and do any type of investment into the space without knowing that we actually can do that for them. So that was why we haven't gotten that. So just wanted to clear that up, that it wasn't coming here to mislead or misguide on that. And I honor and respect everybody's opinions that they shared today. We just wanted to at least clear the air on that one.
Yeah, I just want to add a couple of things just to the Banana Republic issue. We don't have we don't deal with the property owner. That's for Banana Republic to deal with. So they'd have to iron that out. But we can't be faulted for anything that the building owner may or may not know or be involved with. We don't deal with them directly. I want to address just briefly some of the quality of life issues that were raised, because ultimately that's, as I see it, those are the real issues. And I appreciate some of the things that Laurel and even Pete said about these guys and the quality of what they have done and what they would bring to this establishment. And I'm very glad that in our discussions and in our submissions that has come through, because it's a very, very critical part of it. I think I would imagine that sitting in your chair, when you evaluate this and other applications, you want to get a sense of who the applicants and who the operators are. I think that's very important, particularly when they're making commitments and we're making commitments to operate in a certain way. There has to be some credibility and there has to be something, some teeth in that. I think that when you talk about, an experience of people urinating in a doorway or vomiting, part of the issue could be if it's vacant and no one's walking back there. I think there are advantages to having a business that's open and operating until 1 a.m. with staff, with some people coming in and out, with employees, with guys that are investing that are going to make sure nothing like that is going to happen in front of their establishment. It's the last thing that they want. These guys are hurt. So there is some advantage to not having it dark and just the back of a Banana Republic store that's closed at night and having a good quality operation. And I think, and Jeff, feel free to add to it if you'd like, but you've got someone that's now operating 13, 14 years in a similar kind of cocktail bar. I'm sure there are differences between that and this one, but I think it would be helpful to speak to the fact of those things not occurring and who your clientele, who they are and what issues you've had, if any, and what issues you haven't had, to give some comfort that this sort of stuff just doesn't happen in your establishments. And Salvatore also, Salvatore worked with Union Square Hospitality for a number of years. These are quality operators with real substantial places that have good track records of good operators. So,
yeah, also, thank you for the feedback and concerns. I'm always in CB2. I'm on 14th Street in East Village, and And I have St. Mark's Place, and I do also see these, I have these same problems. An issue of our bar, it's just something this public has come up tenfold with the public, so, you know, to soften the term for it. It's definitely has to be contributing to. We treat our service on a nightly basis. It's more like restaurant service of cocktails. It's a craft, it's an art, it's something I've been doing for 20 years. Absolutely love it. We're making experiences, we're making really nights for people. We're making really nice people because we're not overserving them, so they do remember them. We take that very seriously. All our staff goes through training on how to, you know, somebody being overserved, if somebody's coming in and have been overserved, and how we handle that. If somebody is tired and nods off at the bar, we interview immediately, we get them a check, we get them out, and we help find people taxis and that kind of thing. I came up in an old school way of bartending where you really took care of the people in front of you and made sure that they got them safely and all those things. It's not like you can't, you have to go, you can't stay. It's not that mentality. It's we can do it safely. We can call you an Uber, we can order a taxi, we can walk you to, but we make sure that people leave with an exit plan as opposed to just, you know, under the street. And one of the one thing about hours is it's not like we serve up until the last call liquor license. That's when we're done. So it's our service tapers in, it peaks, 9 to 11 o'clock, and then it tapers off. So it's not a mass exodus at the end of the evening. And yeah, quality life wise, we have an amazing relationship with our neighbors in East Village. I understand that St. Mark's is not similar to Crosby Street in that regard. We're definitely not contributing any extra or much of an asset to the community. Else.
One last thing, you know, the one question was how this came to us, and I was trying to wrap my head around it as well. And we have a friend who's in real estate who consults with us, and we actually were before you trying to obtain a license for the Rag and Bone store on Grove Street, which is now a brewery and the pizzeria next to it, and told him that we had, you know, didn't work out with the community board. Or Christopher Street, Christopher Street up to Grove Street, across from East Sodi. And we told him, and then he happens to deal with retail and said that this was a potential opportunity. So it's not as though we go seek out retail spaces and do that, but it just was happenstance on that. So I'll just leave it at that.
So I was just looking at this paperwork and I appreciate a lot of what you said in your other operations, but you know, we have an obligation here also in this community that's a little bit different than most others because we have, as you heard from one of the residents of the building, unresolved issues for people who live in a fair number of buildings where the landlords have not completed work that they're supposed to have done. This, from just looking at what you provided to us, even with this TCO, it says that there are 2 buildings here, and the TCO that you provided for us is actually for the Broadway building. It is not for the Crosby Street building. I'm not familiar with this building, but it already, there's issues just from that because it's unknowns. And I just raised that because this is how these, and the property owner not knowing about this, these sort of unfold, and we also have an obligation to those residents from our community board because we've been trying to support their getting to the completion of this process for the interim multiple dwelling buildings so that they can actually find the safety and security of a livable home that's with all the work finished. And when I'm looking here, you've provided us with a property profile view for 90 Crosby Street. It says that there are 2 buildings on the lot. And then we have 2 building identification numbers. One's for 552 Broadway and another's for 90 to 92 Crosby. And the C of O that we have is for 552 Broadway. And so it seems to me that it's a little bit premature to complete this part without knowing all these issues. There's a lot of introduced
profile. I'm looking at the property profile page. It says premises 552 Broadway, covers 552 to 556 Broadway and 90 to 92 Crosby.
I'm just, the property profile view here that I'm looking right at what you gave us.
I can't hear you.
I'm looking right at what you gave us on this.
Turn to the next page.
Right, and on the next page, it has two bins, which are the building and identification numbers. And if you turn to the page before, it says buildings on the lot too. That's on the page, if you turn that page back one, no, other way. Yeah, that one. If you look at the top in red, it has two buildings, which is not uncommon.
I see that.
So there's two buildings on the lot. And then the bin is the building identification number. Each building in the city has a building identification number. And it lists those are the two separate buildings with the identification range. And then the C of O is for the 552 Broadway side. And look, these are the historic old buildings. Each one has its own very unique situation. The BIS system doesn't seem to be working right now to look at this, but hearing the owner, these issues, and there's a lot of open things here, and it's not against you guys, but not knowing what the full story is, one of the first questions that we ask is, can you be there? And it doesn't seem to be demonstrated here. And then also for use group 10, if that backspace is use group 10 only allows eating and drinking for hotels. And so without knowing that, and there's just a lot of open questions here, which it allows Banana Republic, but it doesn't allow an eating and drinking use. And this C of O is only for the front building. And then also it references that there's a special action here with respect to, let's see, something that was approved by city planning under a separate application. The city, and without seeing that, it doesn't seem like there are answers because we don't even know what's referenced there. It doesn't mean you can't do it. It's just unknown, and it would just seem premature to move forward with all these different issues. I mean, and this is not with respect to what you guys are doing. And this is not new. This is an ongoing issue all along Broadway on Mercer and Crosby, that these store footprints are huge and they're not really usable anymore because a lot of that space was storage in the past. So, and that's why you have an opportunity, right? Because, so I just seems like there's a lot of open issues there.
So I want to go to another issue, but I just want to say on that, I agree with Carter that it's just a little, again, it's not against you, what we're trying to do. It looks like a nice place. The way that we always approach our work here is, first thing, are these people allowed to be here and to do this at this location? And, sometimes, as Donald knows, there isn't a C of O now, but based on the history of the use, we're like, isn't going to be a problem. They got it before. DOB takes a long time. Here, it seems to be a significant question in my mind about how this works out or whether this works out. So I just like more clarity on it first. Now, so I wanted to say that, but I want to shift, if I may, to a different issue. And that's Ubers. One of the things that we've heard repeatedly is that this is a narrow street. And I believe it's a Belgian block street, right? And it's, and so I'm concerned about the pickup and drop off of people from your location. You mentioned that it's to be a high-end situation. So I think, this is not just like people wandering in because they're wandering through the neighborhood. They're going to be coming there. They're going to be leaving in an Uber, or a Lyft or something. So what is, have you any thoughts, or have you a plan, or Donald's anything you'd like to say about the impact of the traffic at night of that? Because I heard concerns about parking and other things on the block.
Something we're looking to potentially coordinating a drop-off point that is at the nearest intersection as opposed to down the block, so that it's programmed into Uber. That's not something I've fully looked into. It's just something that's popped into my head as a potential workaround. We want to be as amenable as possible to make sure we address that.
We're gonna put bike racks outside, but that didn't seem to work at the street. Now that we're using it, so, like,
I don't think anybody's gonna be riding their bike back at 1 o'clock in the morning after their fancy cocktails necessarily.
I think also if, even without doing a traffic study, if you look at the occupancy and the fact that you're probably not getting people just coming alone, they're probably coming 2, maybe 4, but mostly 2, and a maximum occupancy of 39 seats and spread over the course of the night, there's not going to be, a convergence of a large number of cars at any one time, as I see it. And I think you can ping it so that there could be a drop off on Broadway to even alleviate the minor
On
number
Broadway,
of
they're
cars
gonna
that are
walk
coming.
around. How do they walk around from Broadway? Go ahead, Lo. Get the microphone. And then,
Well, I understand what you're saying. That it's a small place. But from what you're describing, there's going to be a huge turnover of those 2 and 4 people coming and going because you just don't stay there for like 4 hours and drink and drink and drink. It's not that kind of place and it's expensive. So that's one thing. What about the pedestrian obstruction for people that are waiting to get in? And the people that are coming out to smoke, whatever they wish to smoke, and the people that are going to come with them to talk to them while they are smoking. So, and then I have one more thing about private parties.
will you have any private parties?
You checked off the box.
I'll take the private parties and I'll let Jeff, who works the door more than I do, speak to the comments.
Yeah, pedestrian obstruction and actually vehicle obstruction.
So in terms of private parties, it's not part of our business plan. We do them on occasion at PDT, for example. Maybe it's half a dozen a year at the most. When a place is this small, to be able to buy out a bar like ours, it actually causes us more headaches and grief than it does how many people we have to say no to for that. So while we may do some, and if we needed to limit a number of private events that we did, happy to have that conversation, but it's by no means a material impact to our business.
So go back to the turnover. The 2s and the 4s coming and going till 1 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, I can do that. We're anticipating 3 turns a night as a room on a weeknight and potentially 4 on a weekend. So it's not crazy turnover. We're a low volume cocktail bar. It's quality and quality. It's a bit more intimate than that. So it's not rapid fire. We do about 150 people in a day. We have hours, so it's stretched from 5 p.m. to 4 a.m. So it's not fast. It's not quick drinking. There's another question. Smoking. Nobody smokes anymore, so I'm joking.
This neighborhood.
There's 2 parts. There's legal people. So the first thing we have for that is there's actually a corridor inside where our reacher will be stationed. It will be doing the communication for parties, so it won't be a buzzing at the door and a line queuing outside. That will be happening inside in a foyer. And so we'll be managing that. And whoever doesn't have a reservation will be put on the electronic wait list to be contacted to go somewhere else and be contacted within 15 minutes of their seating. So it's very seamless. So there's not a line out front. And the B2Ds at PDT will manage the door. That's their job. And they also manage PDT is a restaurant called Criff Dogs. So they manage the PDT side of the door and the Criff Dog side of the door, and they see people out. So it's kind of if the server's job is to man the tables, ours is to man the door area. So if there's for the one person that smokes these days, no, I'm not a joke. They like to smoke. That's something other people can walk into. It can be, if you smoke, please walk up to spring it or something like that, just to get away from it. So it's not outside the shop.
Okay, so I'm just gonna cut to the chase here. So do you want to consider laying this over and finding out about some of these other issues with the certificate of occupancy?
Absolutely. I mean, we're not going to go into business if we can't operate and be in the space, and we don't want to also tie up any, from a lease perspective to do that. So that's diligence that we have to do regardless. And for us, it was just wanting to try and kind of understand what we need to do to do that. And I appreciate the feedback. We definitely want to come prepared with all that information for you. So.
Okay, good, great. Thank you. Okay, thanks for coming.
Thank you.
So it's a layover. The next application is Great Jones Distillery.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nicholas Bergman. I'm an attorney with Buckman Law Firm. And before I introduce the folks behind me, I just want to say we do have a great burger, and you can get some onions with that without the smell. The vent is good. Okay. To my right is Andrew Marinoff. He is the project manager for Great Jones Distillery. Next to Andrew is Andrew Abelizi. He is the acting general manager and the senior marketing and sales manager of Great Jones Distillery. And then to Andrew's right is Dean Matus, who is secretary of Great Jones Distillery. He is a principal on the license and he signed the CB2 questionnaire. So you may remember us from a couple years back, pre-COVID. We were here before you, and actually prior to the construction and renovation of the building at 686 Broadway. So during that time, after construction was completed, Great Jones Distillery applied for and received a farm distillery license and also an A1 distillery license. Together, they're called the combined manufacturing licenses. And in and around 2020, they opened their doors. And since then, they've operated the distillery and a restaurant. And I'm hoping that many of you here have been there. It's actually quite a very beautiful place. And today we're here before you because Great Jones Distillery is applying for an on-premise liquor license to be compatible with its farm distillery license. And it would be for the restaurant operations that are already existing. Other than adding the on-premise liquor license, nothing about the method of operations will be changing. We did indicate in the CB2 questionnaire a closing time of 2 a.m. And so we can discuss that because I know it came up in the stipulations. But we're here to answer any questions that you have about the business. We hope we've shown you that we're a good neighbor, that we care about the community. We've done outreach to the community, certainly since the time we started, but also for this application, we feel we have support and would like to offer more selection to the people who come to the distillery. And lastly, but not least, if you have any questions, please let us know.
Okay, so from when you were here last time, there's a change in the hours. It was midnight last time. And what are your hours now? Midnight.
The hours now are at midnight. And I would just, if I may, I'll add that both sides, the neighbors on both sides have been notified and have consented to the 2 a.m. hours.
Which neighbors are those?
The two buildings that abut each side of the distillery.
688.
It would be one Great Jones and 688 Broadway are two adjacent neighbors that are attached to both walls of our building.
Are there letters in there?
Sorry, I should have said the immediate neighbors to the distillery.
Okay, so you can read that and. Okay. And then, hang on a second. Yeah, well, Susan, you see something there for it?
These two letters that you have in here are sort of improper letters, because they say they're from the bid, but they're not eligible to speak on behalf of the bid. And the bid doesn't represent residents.
So that's
businesses.
right.
I also sit on the bid, discussed that today with the executive director. I mean, these letters are just for two individuals.
We can certainly amend those. They were
I
provided
mean,
to us.
which
so-
are the two letters you're referring to, just to help me out here? The one that says, no, huh?
So we have two signed letters outside of what's in this presentation that are both signed by one Great Jones and 688 Broadway.
Right,
agreeing
so
to the
that-
2 a.m. hours.
Okay, so those two are gonna say the same thing. Carter said that, I mean, they're not a block association, nor are they saying they represent actually a condo building or anything like that. They're both members.
So there must be, an error in the drafting of that. But
Well,
they're speaking on behalf of themselves, I think,
No, I
to
have it in
Carter's
front of me.
point. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that the error and they're both drafted very similarly, so normally the bids don't weigh in. I mean, that's basically the business, what we want to hear from.
So I think there might be confusion. These are two letters of support. We have two letters from our adjacent buildings that are separate than this. We're happy to forward you the emails of signed signatures from their board of directors from both buildings, agreeing to the new hours.
Okay, we don't have that.
Yeah, we don't have I don't see those, but we also have, 200 people spoke in opposition. We also have a letter from the same group that was here before that lives on Great Jones that's represents 110 residential units on Great Jones. And, we spent so much time on this before you guys, had agreed to a number of things at that point. I mean, why do you need to be open till 2 a.m.? I mean, this is no longer, with this change, a distillery for New York State products, and it's a huge place. So what, why would you start off with all these later hours in operating this? And
so I think from our fruition, from when we've operated with zero incident. I know a lot of the concerns that were initially voiced by this board. Disruptive conduct, bad quality of life for neighbors. We have lights that are outside that never existed from the past shoe store. We have staff that are constantly outside. We've operated with no tour buses, no loitering outside, zero incident from police activity. Everyone on our team is tip certified, safe serve certified. This is still a brand immersion experience, but as our operations change, as we first told you, we want to prove ourselves as a good neighbor, and I want to expand upon that. This was never a shop culture type place with the idea of intoxication. It's always been a brand immersion experience. And I think throughout the last 2.5 years of operation, we've proven through our neighbors, through our community, that we've not only supported the local territory, but also improved the street of Great Jones.
But it's a massive change. I mean, you're now just a regular old place that serves alcohol from anywhere, and that's no longer a unique feature.
The only thing that's changing is the origin of ingredients that we're using.
Right.
This focus is.
Well, no, it's a huge hours are expanding. I mean, you guys are never open late. You don't have anything now, and so that's.
We have found the need from private events. This is not an exact iteration on, we plan to have a massive party here. There are two spots that open to the public. The other two are private event spaces. And I think we've proven over the last 2.5 years, we didn't take advantage. We've always been responsible. And again, there's no incident. There's been nothing we've done to prove ourselves as bad neighbors.
I mean, you guys walked away from this before, and now we're coming back with a pretty expanded area. I mean, the board, the community, a huge number of people. Unfortunately, Zeller Jones has died. The people still feel the same way. It's not like things have changed, and it's a large space that has a pretty significant impact.
Yeah, I'd like to add, We believe that at the time, which again was almost over 6 years ago, that we negotiated in good faith with the community board. We had multiple back and forth, and we did it in a spirit where we were trying to reach compromise and understanding. We're back today saying we've looked at the draft stipulations. By the way, thank you very much for sharing that with us today. And had an opportunity, we think, to give you feedback, which quite frankly, other than the hours of operation, we feel, and the hours of operation, but we feel we can reach an agreement with you. That's why we're here, but
there's the hours. Before it said, that there would be food served until 11 p.m. every night. And that's when you were closing at 12, and now you're suggesting that the food is served till at least 10 p.m. and that's when you want to be open until 2.
along with a limited menu after that. It just
I
wouldn't be
know,
a
but
full kitchen menu.
there's a significant difference for 4 hours of a limited, it's a bar menu for a huge space.
It's very expensive to maintain a kitchen up until that time, not that we couldn't.
I
but-
think this is going to be what some of the concerns, I was not on the committee when you were here last time, so I'll just
Yeah.
say what I would is.
No, and we welcome
The
that.
concerns was that you're going to have a huge bar until 2 o'clock in the morning. And without having, yes, I realize it's expensive to have a kitchen open, but,
Mhm.
but having a huge bar open till 2. And then, before it was ambient recorded background music, and now it's ambient acoustic and recorded
Background,
music.
acoustic background music as well.
And then, the doors were closing at 8 every night. I think there's more operable windows. You'll seek to obtain a place of assembly, but you may not. You had a place of assembly.
May I address just
Patrons-
one comment? as well?
Patrons, let me just finish, I'm not done. Patrons will be restricted from taking drinks from one area to another area. You've crossed that out. DJs and live music will be limited to one time private events that will not recur on a regular basis. You've crossed that out. And I'm not taking everything. Personnel managing dedicated staff, DJs and live music, dancing and ticket fees. So dancing and ticket fees may apply to special or private events. So that's been added. So the ticket fees is,
Yes,
you're charging,
because
people,
it's
you're
a
becoming an
Grand
event
experience.
space.
There's a distillery tour. I assume you've been there, but if not, you
No, I
can see it.
absolutely have
It's
not,
a beautiful
actually.
space. It's been beautified from what it was. It used to be an old shoe store. I think to blanket say that a lot of people are opposed to this today may not be the.
Well, we have a
the truth.
letter from.
Do you have a letter? I'm sorry.
Yes.
We have a letter of folks who are representing 110 stakeholders over 6 buildings, and they're very clear that they are not in favor of expanding the hours. Right? They're also
And
concerned
did they
about
express
special
why?
events.
Yeah. I'm sorry, did they express why they're not in favor or?
Reach out to people. Have you done outreach
Yes.
aside from those
Yes,
two
yes, we
buildings?
have. Absolutely. We had no clue that was the prevailing sentiment.
I mean, okay. Why don't does anybody from the committee have anything? I'll go to the public. Okay, I'll just go, Rachel Morrow.
Hi, I'm Great Jones again. So I was actually here back in 2018. So part of the initial, when Zella Jones was speaking about the community. And I am also writing on behalf of the 110 residents on Great Jones Street. They did not reach out to us. We are on the opposite side of Lafayette, so I can understand probably why they didn't. But I am just speaking on behalf of Great Jones Street and Noho in general to say that we really do object to having, a large venue like this open until 2 o'clock in the morning, serving alcohol. It's a lot of space, and they are changing the operation. So that is a big concern of ours.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And thank you for the letter. Okay. I don't know what more to say. Cormac, go ahead.
Yeah, I did have a question. I want to go back because, I'm I'm trying to figure this out because you are on Broadway, which is a big street. It's not like you're on the back street things, but so what I'm trying to figure out is why the later hours? Like, why are you seeking the later hours in the first place? You know, it's all going so well.
No, so, oh, sorry. So I think when we talk about a big space and you see the number, that's consideration of one massive space. Ours are individual bars that have 15, 20, 30 people in them with a main restaurant that normally closes prior to that. We have specific events that we want to do. We want to host anything from corporate to private. Those event rooms are a fraction of the size of the overall space. So we look at a 30,000 square foot building with only 5,000 square feet of food and beverage, and actually less than that's consumer facing. So it's easy to show one big picture. Here's a giant space. That's not the case. But if someone wants to be in our private tasting room doing an event till a later hour, we're not able to sell those right now because of our midnight shut time. But it's not 300 people here all at once till 2 o'clock in the morning. And I think that's the divide.
And I just, Cormac, I'll let you go back, but I just want to say, then it's interesting to me that the stipulation that was crossed out was patrons will be restricted from taking drinks from each distinct eating and drinking area if you're trying to define these as distinct eating and drinking areas that you want to use.
Yes, and thanks for raising that issue. So the on-premise license would be, there's a contiguity factor as you go up floors. The on-premise would overlay as you go up the floors to the small spaces that are upstairs that would be open to the public for consumption. So that's why it has that point in there.
The stipulation isn't about licensing it, it's about allowing patrons to move from one area to the other.
Yes, and because it's an experience, it's an immersion
Okay,
experience.
so that's totally
people-
contrary to
people
what
are
the
going-
question that Cormac just asked you and the answer he received.
the hours? And I think what she's saying is that the sound to us, right? And this is because it's good we get clarity here, but
yeah,
was that the reason you were looking for 2 a.m. hours was really about the idea that you have distinct private event spaces and such, and private dining rooms and space that you want to be able to sell for events to 2, right? And so what Donna's saying is, if that's the case, then why are you saying that until 2, the people at those events need to be allowed to take their drinks and walk around the rest of the space?
No, and it's a valid question. When people get to the restaurant and say it's completely full, we welcome up to our second floor tasting bar, which only has 26 seats. And a hostess will come to them and say, your table is ready. We want them to be able to either walk down the stairs or take the elevator with their drink. We have certain spaces in the property that drinks they're prohibited. But if you're at the second floor bar waiting for your dinner table, the host will come up there, grab you, your table is ready, and they're bringing their drink down with you. It is not a free floating, bring your drink anywhere in the space. That is the key operation. And that's how we've done it from early on.
And, big picture, I just say, we're looking at these old draft stipulations big picture, I just say, we're looking at these old draft stipulations that we were working on 5 or 6 years ago. Thank you. And, never actually got finalized, but we've been operating this place for a few years now. And as we've done that, we've realized there are things we need to do differently. There are things we need to be able to do if we're going to be able to run this place in a sustainable, viable fashion. And so that's what we've tried to craft in that markup that we sent back today.
Does anybody else have anything?
Could you please talk about your tours and how long does the tours take and when will you schedule them?
Yep. So we have several types of tours. The main one is a Shiny Tang tour. It fits 10 to 12 people, probably 14 max is what we've realized over the years. They take about 35 to 45 minutes. They start an educational tour of our distillery, loop down through the basement, and you finish with a tasting of 3 of our whiskeys in the basement. Our other experiences are cocktails and canopies, and it's a similar tour, but you end with a 6-course tasting menu from 10 to 12 people. We do have something called the Shake Up. The Shake Up is a cocktail class where we learn how to make 2 or 3 of our signature drinks, led by our master mixologists. These tours on certain days of the week, there's only 4 to 5 of them max, and they range from 2 to 6 to 8 people. On the weekends, we can probably do about 8 to 10. And cocktails, cannabis, experiences like that we offer happen once every other week or so. So the experiences that are limited, we're trying to extend is our private experiences like that, more for corporate private events. And again, those are limited 8 to 12 people.
So when is the last pour? What hour?
Yeah.
What time?
Right now, the latest tour is 8:30 p.m.
And when you have the private events or your corporate events, can they partake in will they have their own tour?
We love to provide private events to give them their own tour up to a certain hour. You know, this is a functional distillery, so we can only do them so often. But yeah, every private event, we want to sell the educational experience so people can understand how drinks are made and what they're putting in their body.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to think this through. So with the private events, 8, 10, 12 people, whatever you're doing about in the smaller rooms. If that's what you're looking to sort of have the later hours for. And it seems to me, and I could be wrong about this, I'm just speaking for myself, not the committee. From what I'm hearing from the community, reading and such, the concern is the idea of a open to the public place that's open till 2, right? It's gonna be people coming and going, things and releasing everybody on the streets at 2. So would you consider some sort of arrangement, and I don't know if this could be done or anything, I'm just speaking loosely here, in which you seek the later hours for the private dining rooms and the private events, but your main space that you talked about on the first floor that sells out, the tasting bar on the second close earlier.
So those are the two places that are always on for us. As in the tasting bar seats 28 people. We don't really have standing occupation there. This is somewhere you go to enjoy mixology. The restaurant, we're not gonna be a restaurant that's open serving food till midnight. That's not what we originally set out to do. The tasting bar is our key attraction there because you're sitting in a distillery, looking into it, learning about it. But the third floor and the speakeasy don't operate every single day like normal. So the other two spots are our main attraction. The speakeasy is curated. It's cocktails and canopies. We did the Winter Lodge where we turn it into a snow lodge and it seats 12 people for fondue and items like that are seasonal. This is not a 2 a.m. all venues active at once. It's the idea that, as Dean mentioned, the idea to be able to operate in a larger capacity, but not all day, every day on. So I think if you guys come visit and you see the second floor bar I'm talking about, it is a narrow, long bar where you're merged into a distillery. And that is one of the key focuses of our 2 a.m. license.
That was. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that. Does anybody else from the committee have anything?
Forgive me, I would just like to say thank you for the suggestion, and we are open to considering whatever the board is suggesting. We didn't mean to shoot that down. Yeah. No, it's thank you for brainstorming with us, and I'd just like to close unless you have questions. Again, we feel like this distillery has been a great addition to the community and that the company has shown that it is a good neighbor. So that's why we're back here to ask for your quote unquote blessing on this additional license. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for coming. Thanks. Okay, the next application is entity to be formed by Lyndon Pride, 206-210 Elizabeth Street. I turned it on.
It's a bad omen to start with. Oh, sorry, pardon me. Forgive me. You know, that's a reference that's over my head. Good evening, CB2, Max Bookman, Pizetsky and Bookman PC, counsel for the applicant. With me is Lyndon Pride, a person who you know. You know him because you've seen him twice before, recently. Although I didn't represent him then. He was applying for a different space then, two different spaces next door to the space that we're applying for now. So I'm using, is it work? Oh, I was away from it. Okay. Okay. Is it okay now? All right, good. Okay. The location that he's applying for now, you also know the location because you've considered this location twice in the past year for an applicant called Uchi that you ultimately approved in July of 23. So that's the space that we're applying for, the Uchi space, which of course is a renovated space, but that space before it was renovated was the public restaurant for 14 years from 2003 until 2017 when it ultimately closed. It had a full on-premises liquor license, no restrictions that we're aware of, although in reality they closed at around 1 or 2 a.m. So that's the space. Last time you saw Lyndon, you recommended disapproval of the applications that he had then, which again was the two next door to this location. I've watched your meetings. I've watched them a few times actually. You know, I think the core issue then that we heard come up time and again with those locations was oversaturation on Elizabeth Street. The fact that he had just approved Uchi was a major factor. I mentioned time and again. What Lyndon wants now at this location is the same wood-fired pizza concept that he previously proposed to you, which, you know, as I read it, there wasn't much issue with the concept itself. That's at least my take on it. If you see our floor plans, you'll see that there's sort of an entryway component with a U-shaped bar. That's going to be an all-day cafe. We're going to be opening at 8 o'clock a.m., serving coffee, pastries in a sit-down style, breakfast, entrees, eggs, things of that nature. By around 11 a.m., the rest of the space is going to open up for lunch and ultimately dinner service. There's really only two major changes between the detailed stipulations that you had approved for Uchi and what we're proposing here. In other words, I have a copy of the Uchi stipulations. Most of what's on there is agreeable to us. There's really two major areas of change that we want to bring to your attention and make sure is understood. One is the hours of operation, and the other is the utilization of the courtyard space. The hours of operation that we are asking you for are 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., which are more in line with how public operated all those years. There is an outdoor courtyard. It was the subject of much discussion for Uchi's application. I've been there. I know all the details of that courtyard. In the Q&A session, I'll be happy to answer any specific questions you have about the courtyard. I just think for now, the main thing that I want to get across is the Uchi folks had really on their own come to you with a proposal for what turned out to be a very elaborate and expensive covering for the courtyard. As I see it from the meetings, it's not something that you were really asking for, but it's something that they came to you with, and of course you were happy to accept it. We looked into that, and we, although we don't know Uchi, we understand through the landlord that wound up being quite prohibitively expensive, and that's certainly our view, is that it's too expensive, and we don't think necessary. So we're not proposing any sort of covering for the courtyard. The reason why I don't think it's necessary, and this is just a reminder from the summer, is that this courtyard has 4 sides to it, 3 of the 4 sides are the building containing the subject premises, which is a completely commercial building. We included photographs in our application so you could see from multiple angles. When you look up, there's not only is the predominant thing that you see, the walls and windows of our building, which again is all commercial, but you don't see the thing that you sometimes see when you see these courtyards, is you don't see the property next door sort of peeking through or over. Again, I've been in the courtyard. There's none of that. The 4th wall, that's the 4th side, faces the back of Bowery. It was called the Bowery House. I got that wrong, perhaps. It was a hostel that, from what we could tell, and the prior applicant could tell as well, is closed. I walked around to that side of Bowery. It's closed. And that is the 4th side. So this, yes, Cormac. That's my understanding, yes. So I know courtyard always, triggers certain reactions, understandably so, but I think those facts are unique and worth emphasizing. As I said, other than that, same steps, same premises, recorded background only, no TVs. The electronic reservation system that was discussed with Uchi, we fully support and are able to implement. No DJ, no dancing, no live music, no promoted events, no scheduled performances, no velvet ropes, no bouncers, no boozy brunches. No participation in the NYC, the DOT Dining Out NYC program. That is something that Lyndon wanted at the location that you recommended disapproval for him for. Because we have this courtyard, that's enough outdoor space for him. And we understood it was an issue, it was a concern, the congestion concern. And so it's not there, this application does not include outdoor dining, and we could, include the usual, language in the steps that go beyond the usual, because I know the concern is, what if you come back soon for outdoor dining? We could do what I like to call a never ever stipulation for outdoor dining in the public sidewalk and roadway, because we're serious about that. Last thing I'd like to just touch on is outreach. In the back of your packet, or at the end of your PDF, you'll see the evidence of outreach that we did, and I'd just like to briefly summarize it. Over 1 month ago, on February 2nd, we emailed Eunice Lee of the Elizabeth Street Block Association. We put them on notice of our plans for this application, what we intended to do. We told them that we would be having a community pre-community board Zoom meeting with interested members of the community, and we asked for input on any dates that work for that organization and its members. And we followed up on February 26th, which was the Monday after the Friday that your package was due. So we submitted the package Friday. That Monday we followed up and submitted a copy of the community board package. We haven't heard back from that block association. We did the same thing with Michelle Campo from the Bowery Alliance. She did respond. She asked for our packet. We didn't have it then because it wasn't due. We gave her a marked up copy of the Uchi stipulations, which include all the key components of what we're proposing now. And we, on the 26th, supplied a copy of the community board package. On the 29th, we held a community Zoom meeting, which we advertised via flyers that we posted up and down Elizabeth Street. And at the very end of your packet, you see photos of the meeting that we advertised. It included a QR code for joining the Zoom meeting, so you didn't have to write down a very long web address with 100 different characters. We also included an email address and we encouraged members of the community to email that email address if they can't make the meeting, which we scheduled for 6:30, the same time as your meetings. But for anyone who couldn't make it, they were free to email Lyndon. 2 people attended that meeting, Pete Davies and Lisa Feinstein. Erica Olson reached out to Lyndon a week ago today, and he has spoken with her a few days ago to answer some of her questions. And Joseph Reaver, I believe is the way to pronounce his last name, who's the executive director of the Elizabeth Street Garden, reached out to Lyndon today. And he had a conversation with him today about the proposed application. Across all of that outreach, we have not received any specific requests from anybody concerning our method of operation. Nobody has said to us, well, gee, if you reduce your hours by a certain amount, we'd sure like that, or we have a question for, we'd like you to do this. So the types of conversations that you've been encouraging us to have, we've not gotten that type of feedback. And so I find that promising. I know there are folks here tonight, but I would think if there was feedback, having given the opportunity to give it in advance of this meeting, we would have received it. So I'm optimistic about the status of the outreach. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee has. So they are.
Should I just go ahead, Susan?
It just, one small clarification. When you said the building, one of the three walls in the courtyard, the building is currently empty, I believe you said. What's going into the building?
No idea. It's on Bowery. When I walked by the building on Bowery, it looked in a quite vacant state. There's no commercial storefront. It's boarded up.
Is it a residential building or a commercial building?
It was an SRO. Yeah. And most recently, it was a hostel hotel hostel that went out of business.
Cormac?
Just so that I'm clear, so is Mr. Pride still pursuing the other applications, or this would now be his place and those others are?
So the short answer to your question is no, he's not pursuing those other locations. The slightly longer answer is that when he came to me, we discussed the option of potentially pursuing those applications with the State Liquor Authority. This opportunity, for the former public space presented itself, and we made the decision that was a better, more reasonable course of action, because we think that there are, or at least my view, having reviewed the case and watched your meetings and understood all the facts, my view is that there's a much more persuasive rationale for a liquor license at this premises, where public had been for so many years, than the spaces that he was applying for that you recommended disapproval of.
I'll go to the public. So Erica Olson, Lisa Farstein, if you're still here, Eddie Panta, Michelle Campo. Go ahead. Go ahead, Erica.
Hi, everyone. I'm Erica. They know me. I am representing my condo board tonight, which is the 211 Elizabeth Street condo board, which is right across the street. I think we're one of 5 residential buildings on the block. I don't know if anyone else is here. I want to make sure I use sanctioned language and don't go rogue. So obviously, like, I sit on SLA 2 and I see a lot of operators, and I have to say Linden did a great job with us. All of the outreach that was laid out, we experienced. I didn't see the Zoom meeting only because I missed it. It's literally all over my block. When he told me, I did see it. But Linden made himself very available to myself and our condo board. He made himself his schedule. We met in person. It was wonderful. We addressed a lot of concerns, traffic congestion, a lot of the stuff you guys heard with the Uchi application. Our big one, our condo board's big one, is no outdoor dining, which, as you heard, we experienced as well. No, never, aligned, great. That's our big one. We just have too many people on the block who already, and the garden, which is great, but also drives a lot of pedestrian traffic. We talked a lot about the hours, and we are ultimately supportive of Linden's hours. It's a much bigger space than the other places on the block, and I don't think he said, but Linden worked at Public and at the Daily, so I think he understands that our block is a dining destination. It's not a nightlife destination. I also used to live on Bleecker and McDougal, so I know the other operation very well. But honestly, it was a really productive meeting. He gave me his number. It was really great, and it led us to support the application as is. We did give, it's the no outdoor dining. I mean, just a couple pieces of helpful information for you guys. Obviously, like the congestion outside, whether from, Ubers or people, he will address that should it arise as a problem. I don't think he sees it as a problem, but we talked about what he would do in case it became a problem. Obviously, it's a very quiet block, and given that the other restaurants close early, any noise that comes from that will be unique to that. So we can tell if it's coming from there. The one thing that we did say is we talk a lot
on our condo board about displacement in the neighborhood. Obviously, some of the Elizabeth Street Garden narrative applies here too. And we recommended he think about something to make the restaurant and its prices and its reservations available to the whole neighborhood, including those with lower incomes. I know Walito in Chinatown did like a residence card where you got like 10% off or something. But I tend to believe he is committed to the neighborhood, especially because of the 8 a.m. breakfast. We don't have anything like that. Actually, Lovely Day and Peasant don't open until later and are sometimes not even open for dinner. So I do think that's helpful, and that's where we stand.
Application that failed just a block away from here because there was no business. It was
I'll be there. Okay.
they used that as a crash.
Lisa Farstein?
Hi, how are you? I'm Lisa Fairstein, not Feinstein. I was on the Zoom call that was mentioned. I was one of the people who showed up. I was here for the last double liquor license application, which I opposed for the same reason that I opposed this application, which is that the size of the project is out of scale with the neighborhood. I didn't have anything to offer to Linden because of the size of the project. As someone who walks the streets, usually with a stroller or a scooter, kid in tow, I realize what this is going to do to the congestion of the sidewalks. Forget about car traffic. One of the other tenants in my building who couldn't attend tonight wrote a letter to you guys. Her name's Maureen Sullivan. She already mentioned that the traffic and the noise from the traffic has worsened. This is obviously, you know, in a sense, maybe a product of the success of Linden's businesses, which I completely respect, but realize that it is not just a destination, but an incredibly sought after destination, is going to bring a lot of traffic, even if it is operating as another entity from the two others that are quite similar nearby. And, you know, operating, it has been proposed as a family restaurant. And I understand there's a kids menu, and I appreciate a kids menu, but a family restaurant isn't open until 2 a.m. A family restaurant doesn't have a double bar in the interior. So for me, it's just very hard to get on board with these things. We have a lot of successful restaurants on our street nearby, block away, 2 restaurants with Michelin stars that you could also say are destination restaurants. They are very low key. They really keep what happens inside. And that's another, you know, really the concern. It's something I brought up last time I was here and spoke about the low key nature of our street. It is a quiet street. I do not want Elizabeth Street to become like Mulberry Street. I do not want Elizabeth Street to become like McDougal Street. You know, it's just a very quiet street. And if I could say, sort of adjacently to the conversation about the other businesses operating in a really low-key manner, I don't know that based on how the other businesses that he operates present themselves, that brand identity is going to be something that is going to not overwhelm the block and the street. And that's sort of an additional concern of like living on Dante Street. I want to live on Elizabeth Street. And so those are my oppositions. I wish him well. He, you know, operates good businesses, but this project is really huge for a restaurant and a bar restaurant to operate that space. It's 270 seats, I believe. And I know Public operated, I think, around 160. I don't believe they were open as late. I could be wrong. They were also recessed on a loading dock. It just had and it wasn't as sought after a destination as this probably will set out to be. So that's what I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Eddie Panta?
Just go up. Okay, thanks for having me. Just to quickly echo what Lisa just said, this story doesn't start with Public. It starts with the Connecticut Muffin factory that was there, and they had a retail operation diagonal around the corner on Prince Street.
Now, when they left, there was, public came in, but it was recessed well off the street. So and it was a much smaller establishment. Besides that, that's all gone. This is a completely different complex that absorbs the Con Ed utility building that was there and incorporates it. So that's all been completely wiped out. In terms of outreach, this new complex doesn't even have the addresses on it. So when you go around posting flyers saying 206, 210 Elizabeth Street, withdrawn, 3 addresses that have never before really existed in this way, in this form, people don't even know what you're talking about. And the last time this applicant was here gathering signatures, and I want to talk to you about the signatures too, they were outside on the corner telling people, oh, it's going to be in the public space, which it was not going to be. It was going to be one south storefront of the Con Ed building and the adjacent storefront of the residential building. We did reply to them. We told them exactly that you refused to engage with us in terms of the conditions on Prince Street, and you refused to admit that this is going to have some negative impact on the block and immediate neighborhood. So don't talk to us if we say yes and discuss ours. But we did invite them last time around. We did invite them to come see the nightmare that is Prince Street on a weekend night. So also at the Zoom meeting, nothing was offered. It was just like nobody came really. We just came to see who they would talk to. Erica emailed me. I got back to her. She had questions. Never heard back. And they only have questions. So now they're proactive. They heard what we said last time. What other remedies do you realize you're going to have a tremendous negative impact on the neighborhood because you're a destination restaurant on an open street, bringing cars in from all over. So, and as we said last time, in terms of oversaturation, it's oversaturation, not just on a liquor license, but with the pizza and the wood fire pizza, which is at straight down the block at present. Which, by the way, brings in truckloads. You need truckloads of that stuff to keep it going. And it makes a mess, and it's a huge delivery problem. So that's why it's 7,000 square feet. It's too big. We were always against the Uchi application. I was on that Zoom. I said, this is so out of scale, so out of character for the neighborhood. Nothing like what existed before. Meanwhile, the impact also that the applicant doesn't want to go into is that if they get later hours, why would the other restaurants on the block also come back here, as we're seeing today, and say we want to be open to 2? Because they are really small business, not big money investors, right? So as it was part of the woven into the fabric of the block. I mean, that guy built the oven himself from bricks, right? And we're big parts of the community. So we're going to have to deal with that impact from those establishments coming back and saying, we want to be open to 202. How else are they going to survive? When there's a huge new restaurant on the block. Right. And also, if you want feedback, if you want to interact and say you're bug, or you're having your attorney say, we didn't hear anything, probably because maybe some of the girls that work for you will be a cost us and yell at us when we're at the supermarket. So that's probably not a good idea either. Do you understand something? So
I got it. Yeah.
So if you want feedback, talk about your people, we'll tackle us on the sidewalk. The downstairs study room.
So what you're saying is that the applicant
the applicant has, you know, verbally attacked, gotten into altercations and things with people in the neighborhood. Yes, with me. Okay, thank you. So we oppose this. If you come into the hours, then we want it the same hours as the other restaurants in the block. Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Michelle.
Oh, God. Let me just do this.
You can just angle it now. Okay, go ahead.
Back to it. Yes, I spoke with Eddie. We're all on the same page with this. And there are no numbers on these buildings, which I find really interesting. Also, it is on the state and national register of historic places, so it is a historic district. And on the Elizabeth Street side, the Bowery house, which was strange anyway, is not there anymore. It is right next to, that is right next to the Bowery, the YMCA, which is a landmark building and is occupied. And there are a couple of buildings on the other side of that which are occupied. Aside from that, it is more of a corporate entity, as was said. And the businesses that are there now are local and small, and which is in keeping with the special Little Italy district zoning. I have here, oh, I can walk with this. Okay. I have here a couple of things from the Little Italy Neighbors Association. And since has
it been emailed?
I think it was, but late, he told me. So I figured since Eddie spoke most of what I would have said, I'll read this from the Little Italy Neighbors Association, which has strong opposition to the entity to be formed by Linen Pride. Is it Linen Pride? Linden, that's what I thought. Okay. On Elizabeth Street. We are surprised to discover that this application is back on the agenda. Last month, objections had been raised as to the letter and the spirit of the Little Italy Special Zoning District, which the proposed establishment would be in clear violation of. The zoning text was written to preserve the family-sized food establishments that thrive in the area, even when they are not strictly family-owned. This outsized corporate-owned proposed establishment runs contrary to anything that exists in the neighborhood, and it endangers its uniqueness. New York City thrives culturally and economically on the diversity of its neighborhoods. This type of establishment belongs in Times Square, Rockefeller Center, and other central midtown locations, not on Elizabeth Street, across from the community garden that so many residents are striving to preserve from development and destruction. Elizabeth Street is a northbound one-way street that until recently did not have traffic lights from Delancey to Houston Street. It is subject to Open Streets program, and there are many concerns about the increased traffic and congestion that such an establishment would generate. Furthermore, the location is within 500 feet of a plethora of SLA OP license establishments. Do you want me to read them all? Should I read them all? No. Okay, I'll read some of them. Cafe Habana, Lovely Day, Peasant, Pietro Nolita, bad name, Sweet and Vicious, Big Bar, Rin Tin Tin, Mother's Ruin, which is a lovely name. Wayan, Balsam, Epistrophe, Corvona Mezza, Bar Veloce, Catra Lounge, Ainsley, and Lorelei Beer Garden. And there are a number of granted licenses which have not been built up yet. And that's it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's it from the community. Go ahead.
All right. All right, I have two general responses, but before I do. Pardon me?
Both of us will have to stay next to the microphone.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Two responses to the comments, but before I do, just I want to preface it by saying Lyndon and I have absolutely no idea what the one member of the community is talking about with goons who have harassed him. I'm not saying he's lying, but I have no idea what he is talking about. Nobody affiliated with my firm did the outreach, and it was Lyndon who did it, and nobody affiliated with Lyndon did anything along the lines of what we were accused of. So I don't know what to say about other than that I have no idea what he's talking about. We're very proud of the outreach effort we've done. We think it. I'm talking now. It's my turn. We're very proud of the outreach effort we did. We think it exceeds the standards that this board requests of applicants. It's our experience that most people who see postings immediately go to their computers or their cell phones and they look up addresses. We think anybody who is interested in this application has been put on notice of it and has showed up tonight. So we're very proud of the outreach. The two general comments, responses to some of the comments we heard. The comments don't really get into, just as it didn't during the outreach, doesn't really give us much to go off of in terms of negotiation. We're here, we've made a proposal, we are interested in feedback, and instead what you heard tonight was basically fundamental opposition to any sort of restaurant that's going to be viable at this location. And so on that issue of fundamental opposition, these are my two responses. Number one is you could nibble around the edges about how this premises is different than public. The landlord has actually represented to us that the square footage of the ground floor, even as renovated, is identical to what public had, although granted ours feels like a bigger space. But you can't escape the fact that this space, before it was renovated, operated for 14 years with an on-premises liquor license, closing at with unrestricted hours, and in fact closed around 1 and 2 a.m., which is what we're proposing. I think that is significant, and I think the State Liquor Authority will recognize that. Pardon me? What was not advertised? Well, okay. Well, that's our understanding. If you have something different.
Yeah, what was on our resolution was, I think, a closing hour of 10 and 11.
All right. Well, you want to talk about, oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, okay, then we'll just go back and, no, you keep going.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you, Donna.
Right. So it was 10 and 11, I believe, for the restaurant, and 1 and 2 for the bar space, 2 different spaces. And then the other thing I'll just add on, and then you can elaborate further on it, is I think the people have a point with the public was set back, but it was also smaller. I think there's, 80% more seating in this space than in that space, even if square footage. I'm not sitting here. I have no idea what the square footage is.
Right.
But I'm just saying, in terms of the number of people, it seems like this is much bigger. I'm putting that out there so you can.
And Donna, I think that's completely legitimate and a reasonable point to make. And I don't have much to dispute on that point. I just think the point that I want to make is that is not the entire story. And with every bit of validity of what you just said, it is equally valid that there was a premises with an on-premises liquor license here for 14 years. And so to talk about, change, and affecting change to the neighborhood, that's fair talk about the applications that you recommended disapproval of for Linden, but it's not fair to say here. And so I just don't want to take away from that. So that was the first response.
Arguing about that is an interesting point, because the landlord chose to evict public and do work on the building and do a massive renovation.
Yep.
This was not this was the landlord that did that work. There was not an interest in necessarily protecting that space. Public didn't want to leave.
I don't think
that time.
I don't think
it was
that's
significantly smaller. in seating. This is 88% bigger.
Yeah,
It's a
so-
huge operation. The hours here are significantly later than the dining operation there. And the neighborhood has had massive increase in number of licensed premises.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just what's happened. And the two spaces that are there, you know, with Peasant and Lovely Day, those are huge part of the community. And I mean, this is what you're hearing. And it's just difficult for us because now we're on some weird discussion about 2 a.m. and whether a place is viable. The landlord chose to make these changes on that. And we're stuck with this very difficult conversation with all these edges. And what you're hearing is the space is huge and the hours are an outlier beyond anywhere else in the immediate area.
So on that point, Carter, I watched when you were at the full board last week on the Spain declaratory ruling, and I thought the point you made was an interesting one. I think it's wrong, but I think it was an interesting one about, you know, and you're making a similar sort of point now about the landlord making a choice. The reason I think it's just different, though, is of course we're not talking about grandfathering here. We're talking about an application that we know is subject to the 500-foot law, and I just don't. If I can just finish the point, please. I just don't think that the fact that the landlord chose to renovate this space makes a difference. In fact, it was it was publicized in the New York Times in 2017 when public closed that the landlord was in fact doing just that, putting the entire neighborhood on notice that this building would be renovated. And so I don't think it should come as a surprise to anybody that the landlord is now seeking to return a restaurant tenant to a space that for 14 years before the renovation had a restaurant tenant. The last point I want to make is just, you know, I haven't been able to get to it because I said there was 2 points on the fundamental opposition.
I'm just going to do one thing. We don't use grandfathered. We say previously existing non-conforming. We went through that at that meeting even. So there we go.
It's hard thing to shake.
No, I know.
You said it
Especially
before.
since it's written in every piece of
It's
paper.
written in the SLA hasn't been key to that yet, but you're right. And
But maybe we'll get them to. There we go.
Well, and you said it at the last board meeting.
Yeah.
You did. And so
Continue.
we need a better word than pre-existing non-conforming because that's a mouthful, but I recognize it. The last just point I want to make is, you know, we're happy to talk about hours of operation, but your community board has already decided the question of whether this space should have a liquor license and a full on-premises liquor license in it again. You did so when you all voted for Uchi. Yes, there's differences, and I was the first to admit what those differences are, but the fundamental question of whether this space is going to have a full on-premises liquor license has been resolved already by your board, and it has been resolved in favor of having a full on-premises liquor license. Reopening this discussion, I don't think, makes sense. I mean, because again, it's been decided. So we're happy to talk about hours. We've been soliciting, trying to get feedback, but we do think that it makes sense. It's going to make sense for the state liquor authority to issue a full on-premises liquor license here, and I don't think that's very controversial to say because apparently your board thought that too.
So I was just going to try to discuss the hours because Uchi was Sunday to Wednesday 11 and Thursday at 12 and Friday and Saturday at 1. I also want to just put on the record that the community, if you watched, said many of the same things they said tonight. So,
and you voted.
But I'm just going to point out a few differences in my mind. I'm not speaking for the committee, and you can address them in addition to the hours. And I said this, Lyndon, last time you were here, it's, you do an excellent job and you're a destination for both locals and for tourists. And so how do you deal with that? Because Uchi was in my mind, a lower key Japanese, they might become a destination. It was unknown, but we, for better or for worse, we know you're a good operator, but we know you're a very popular operator. So all those things need to be addressed on this quiet little block that, as you know, everybody is concerned about because it's a huge space and 2 o'clock in the morning is late. So all those things are the things that aside from some of the other things, I think are some of the differences to me.
Yeah. So Donna, look, you always make fair points, and that's a fair point as well. I think my response to that is I think some of the folks have undersold, Public. Public was a destination. It had a Michelin star for 8 years. People came from all over New York City to go to Public, and we've already talked about the differences, so I understand that, and I grant you that. But, you know, Public was no tiny little neighborhood joint. It was well known, so well known, in fact, that it earned a New York Times article when it closed, which is not typical. So of most restaurants. Most restaurants are not ever reported on by the New York Times. So, I do think it's a fair point. And I thought, there was the colloquy at Lyndon's last application where I did not represent. There was a statement made that, it's a neighborhood restaurant. You were, I think, appropriately incredulous with that statement, and it wasn't, it wasn't Lyndon's statement. Yeah. Well, no, I mean, the truth is that you're not going to get any pushback from this side of the table that Lyndon's restaurant is a destination restaurant. No pushback. I understand it.
But you're talking about a restaurant in the past that, yes, it had a Michelin star, but this is the highest impact restaurant proposal on this street. Previous ones were lower impact. And I think that's the essence of what the objections are, even though you're disputing it.
I think you could see higher impact concepts. I mean, I think, like, as I've said, most of what we're proposing, I understood there's key just, pardon me? Oh, okay. I thought that's what you're saying.
And you're comparing it with previous places that were low impact.
I hate to, it's a fair point, Susan. I think, I hate to keep coming back to it, but just to me, what I think makes this application different than other applications you might see on Elizabeth Street, including the locations that you disapproved, is that prior use. Yes, you could chip away at that. Yes, you could say all the things you've said, which are all true, but at its core, though, I think that is a major persuasive factor that your board frequently is persuaded by, and the State Liquor Authority is frequently persuaded by, which is that there was a full on-premises liquor license there for 14 years. So what you're saying is legitimate and valid.
I just get, there's a lot, we can talk in circles. So we always got 2 and 1 for all the Avrico places. We got a bar that was a separate operation, a restaurant. The restaurant's always closed earlier. The bars stayed open late. The bars caused issues. They had violations. When Public came to us to create 2 separate spaces, we recommended denial of that. This space is significantly bigger. I mean, those later hours were not for the whole restaurant. When Uchi came, it was very clear they're going to operate the whole space as Uchi, not different businesses. So, I mean, look, there's many different give and takes here on this backstory. And the bigger thing is, what is the impact later at night? That's the bottom line here. And all these other well-known restaurants don't have that impact later at night.
Yeah.
Well, and to your point, just to go back to at the Liquor Authority, your point was well taken on the residential building, with the restaurant, is that they actively looked for a tenant right away. Yeah. There wasn't an intervening use. And that was a very strong point. And that was the first case after the other court case where the Liquor Authority didn't win. That's what the intention is, right? And here, even I just went back and looked and, at Public's website in 2016, and the dining hours are much earlier. It's advertised right on their website. There's not a mystery there on what that is. And let me see if I have too many open tabs, but the restaurant was closing at 11 on there. So I mean, there's a lot of different things here, and this is also 271 seats in total when Public only had 144 seats. It's 88% bigger. That's huge. That's the equivalent of 4 local businesses operating at 74 or less, which are the predominant, nature in that area. And remember, before that, it was Connecticut Muffins, facility, basically. And so, which was brought up. So, the impact is what we're looking at in the later hours. Yeah. And that's, I don't think anybody's here, we have to weigh what's put in front of us.
Yeah.
Or give other guidance, right? So.
Oh, pardon.
Well, I was it's along the lines of where Carter went now, like all of this, as you said, we're arguing about the past. I'm more interested in the future. So the hours, you just talked about Uchi, you're pretty much like Uchi except for the courtyard, in terms of a lot of what you're agreeing to, you're saying, except the hours. But the hours were a really important part of that package for Uchi, right? Because as you know, a lot of effort here, a lot of effort in the community to hold the line on hours on this street, right? In light of what's happened around them and in other places, and to hold those lines. So if we could talk about the future and talk about the hours, right? I'm concerned that you're proposing hours that are blockbusters, right? They're going to blow up the hours and we're going to start getting applications for later hours and that sort of thing. Can you do 11 and 12?
So Cormac, I want to answer your question. And I promise you I will. Carter had also asked a question and made comments before. So before I forget what most of what Carter said, I think I'm not going to I'm not going to continue back and forth on the prior use of the space. Susan understands my argument. Everyone understands it. That'll move you however it moves you. It'll move the SLA however it moves them. Carter, you've done STIPs before when you've had a concern about, dual concepts under one roof. You've had concerns where we've said things like the applicant shall not operate under more than one DBO. The applicant shall not operate more than one concept. We're completely in line with doing STIPs like that here. I just want to be clear, the all day, what I described as the all day cafe component is not a separate business. It is a breakfast offering of a restaurant. Some restaurants offer lunch and dinner. Some restaurants offer dinner. Some restaurants offer breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We would like to offer breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but it's not separate concepts. And so, I just want to make sure that's clear. Cormac, frankly, we put the hours of operation out to the community that were ideal for us. We frankly thought that by the time we'd be at this meeting, we would have been giving you an amended packet with earlier hours because we thought there would have been some engagement from the folks we reached out to on that topic, but there never was, other than the fundamental opposition. And so here it still is. But we hear your feedback tonight, and so yes, there is room. And so what we really can't do Uchi's hours. I mean that those were too early. And again, we don't know Uchi, but I've done enough of these where people have been at community board meetings and they get excited and they agree to things that they should never agree to. And my speculation, is that one of the reasons Uchi walked away is because they agreed to hours that were not viable. So we can't. Uchi's hours are not viable for us. We can't do Uchi's hours. What we can do is Sunday right now we have at 1 a.m. We could do that at 11. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we could do it midnight. Friday and Saturday, we could do 1 a.m. We think that'd be, that Lyndon can do that. We've talked extensively about it, but that's the bottom of what he can do. And he can't do more than that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Then going back to the bar and the open later. So I understand the front part is the breakfast area. That's the only part you're going to open, and you're going to do that. Yeah, you're going to do that. I know, no, you're right. And you're going to do that initially, not 5 years down the road. I mean, your plan is to have breakfast in that area now, because a lot of people are coming and saying they're doing this. I mean, it may not be the first month, but
yeah,
that is
the intention. This is not a nice to have one day thing. We could stipulate that, from opening, we will have breakfast service as presented.
And then when you're giving these hours and saying it's all operating the same way, of course, the courtyard closes earlier, those doors close according to how you marked up those stipulations, because you copied me on that and I have that. The whole rest of this stays open. In other words, the front part doesn't operate like a bar and the restaurant closed. It's all operating as what I see is what it is.
That's precisely right, Donna. And just to put a pin on that, the front area shall not operate as a lounge or separate, drinks focused concept. What the front area is to be used for is holding guests, which is something we haven't talked about tonight. It hasn't come up, but the fact that this is a modern and redesigned space means that there is room to hold guests that are waiting for their table. We're going to do the same electronic reservation system as Uchi offered. So it's for that, and it's for seated dining service. And that's true for the outside as well.
Okay. Does anybody else on the committee have anything?
Yeah, so your firm represented and you were part of the organization that started the first reason why we put that stipulation in. And that was with Double Crown and Madame Genève. And Madame Genève was explicitly against the stipulations that Avrico had worked out with the residents. In fact, was one of the most mad I've ever seen Zella Jones. And that was coverage that was open and building the openings and creating doorways and stuff and creating that. So it's not like it came out of nowhere. And it's one thing if there's a staggered space.
Sorry.
If there's a staggered space, and even if the bulk of the dining is finished at a particular time or whatever it is, but that's the concern. And I think that with the neighborhood, the march of the licensed premises in the area, even since 2017, is significant in this area. It's not, if you start doing the numbers, and that's the concern. It's the later hours. And I mean, and it's not just the landlord, it's the style of operation. And that's and we know with Dante, it's the destination retail. You have the Rolodex of the clientele. They will come, and certainly in the beginning, and they will explore it. And we here on McDougal Streets, there are complaints. There are complaints on Hudson Street. I'm not saying they're all valid or whatever, but they're all about noise, later nights, all the other things. And that's the issue here. And that's specifically what the residents are talking about, is the hours. And they're also talking about size, but the hours, and it's all about that and the issues later in evening. So I just, and when this area of Little Italy also has a strange history and how it ended up with so many licenses, as well as because none of the licenses went onto the avenues because they were all wholesalers from the Bowery on Broome, on Kenmare. So there were no places there. And so everybody suddenly got bigger next to all the residential areas. And that's why there are so many complaints. So I just, and it's actually in our last resolution on Avrico, it's outlined pretty much the same issue. On public, which was in 2012. It's the same thing. It's the exact same issues.
So Carter, just in response to your thoughtful comments there, I was not being facetious. I'm serious. I mean it. Carter always has thoughtful things to say. Yes, I'm aware of that history with my firm. Wasn't me, but it was my firm. Understood. Yeah, and exactly. And that was the thing I wanted to say to you too, is I wasn't trying to impugn that those types of stipulations were wrong. In fact, when I started doing this work 9 years ago and I learned about, that particular history, I think it made sense to have that type of stipulation, ensuring there won't be two concepts under one roof. And so, I think it's fair. Lyndon worked for Avrico, but he was not Avrico. He was never an owner of Avrico. He was in charge of most of the decisions that they made, and so he'll stand by his record for Dante. But I want to say that. And I guess the last thing I would close with, unless there's additional comments, is look, I've said it before, and I mean it. You're a savvy community board. You're at the SLA frequently. You know the SLA. And when you sit there and you decide whether to recommend approval or disapproval or approval with steps, I know what goes through your mind, as it should, is, well, what's the SLA going to do? That's what we do in our position as well. My view, just to share with you, is I don't think that the SLA is going to disapprove a liquor license application here, based on the history. I know you have the things you have to say about the prior licensee, and they're legitimate things, but at the end of the day, I don't think they will. You, of course, have your prerogative to reach your own conclusion on that, but I think the history, and when I say history, I mean, the approval of Uchi and the prior license for public here. I think that's just enough that tips the scale in favor of approval. I think the hours that we've come down to tonight after hearing feedback are reasonable and considered. And so we really do hope that you'll do a deny unless with the steps that we've come to tonight.
We're gonna end up talking about is in mitigating that impact, and I think that you're right, but we'll put in the position. Yeah, we'll put in the position of we have to take the application you presented to us, and we have to make a recommendation on that. Whether or not, one of the other things, because unfortunately it takes too long, is also if we were to make a separate recommendation. And that's not always the good place, but this is one of the areas where I think there is a strong.
You mean deny unless? What do you mean a separate recommendation?
No, with where it could be a denial with earlier hours.
Oh, like deny, but you approve it.
But I'm just saying, because we're put in a very awkward position as well about future considerations on licenses in this area, which is highly residential in tenement buildings for the majority of them in this immediate area.
Yeah, but look, if we went to the SLA on the applications that you for his other location that you recommended disapproval of, we would have lost. I think you have a unique consideration here with this space. I think you're well equipped with the tools for other previously non-licensed locations to fight back the legitimate concerns that you have. But this space is an outlier. I think you recognize that with Uchi, and I think it's fair to recognize it again.
We also recognize with Uchi, though, that style of dining and the hours and everybody being out is that they were not going to be operating a later bar business. And that's not the operation here. That is the difference. And that's why those later hours do leave a lasting impact on the residential area, because this isn't the concept here, presumably is not just the restaurant. And this is what we're faced with when we have all these different kinds of restaurants.
But it is though, and that's what I'm trying to make clear, and we want to stip to, it's seated dining service. I understand that this is different than Uchi, and I think I've been honest about that, about, how it's similar and how it's different, but we welcome your stip that says, seated dining service only. We want to be clear about that.
I'm just going to say the for hire vehicles was the other thing that came up all the time with Uchi, just because and I meant to say that earlier, but that's another difference than from when public was around before versus now. Everybody takes those for hire vehicles everywhere. And I think that street is closed. And that was the whole long conversation we had with Uchi. And quite frankly, and it's what we said last time too. And how do you mitigate that? And I don't know how you mitigate that.
Yeah.
So something,
well, I could speak to it for a minute because
go right ahead.
I was ready to speak to it, assuming you
no.
raise it. So first of all, 2017 was not ancient history. People used for hire vehicles. I don't know if there's data that it's so much more significant now. Carter probably knows and he'll tell me, but I don't know. Okay, well, so what I do want to say about that is we saw the two meetings on Uchi for for hire vehicles. The major issue that came up for Uchi, for Linden, the major issue that came up is you said, well, we just approved Uchi and now you want us to approve you, and that's a cumulative effect and it's going to be way too much. And you had a good point with that. That's not on the table at the moment. So with the Uchi space that we're stepping into, your major concern was, well, this street has open streets in the summer, and what are you going to do about that? And the solution that was proposed by Uchi was an electronic reservation system where before the customer, night or whatever, where they reserve, they get a little email or text message with some basic info about their upcoming visit. And they agreed to incorporate into that email or text message instructions that our street, during your time, if that is your time, is going to be closed as an open street, you need to drop off at, at this particular other location. And that's what, was acceptable to your board. I'm still talking. It's my turn. That's what was acceptable to your board. And we adopt that wholeheartedly and would like to implement that in the same exact manner.
Okay, thank you. I think we're done. We're done.
Thank you for your time.
Thank
on the late night. Thank you.
What?
I have one question. So the one question I have left was for Michelle, because it was a member of your group, was the woman who lives within the, around the corner from this. And I forget the issues because that was one testimony we heard, a person being impacted by the outside noise. Have you spoken with her at all? Okay.
Aside from the roof, though, the steps say the same thing with the doors. I mean, you crossed out certain things.
The doors, the same thing on the
Okay.
doors is fine, yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, so our last application is the appearance that I waived for DLY Canal LLC at 159 Canal Street. We heard this in June 2023. It's a on premise for a restaurant. It's a hot pot restaurant. This is essentially, I think, a re-notification. The materials are in the drive, but when I was looking through it, two things. One, I realized we checked off both restaurant wine and tavern wine on their STIP form. So I was going to correct that so they don't get holed up at the SLA because it says two different things. In doing that, I looked at the 30-day notice that they gave us now with a letter that says re-notification. It's in the drive. And I believe, I have no idea, they checked off on-premise restaurant. Now their letter with it says it's strictly a re-notification with no change. So I'm assuming that that's an error, but Eva is trying to reach out to them and did not hear back today to see if that's an error. Clearly, if that's not an error, then they need to come in. So I just wanted to point that out and say that hopefully it is really just a re-notification. They will put in an amended 30-day notice that is correct, and I will have them re-sign stipulations that also are correct. Pete.
Is 90 Crosby returning next month? So you're not going to talk about them in business?
No, they laid over, so we're not going to talk about them business. But yeah, they have to resolve the open question.
Well, it was nice to see how much community support all the applicants brought with them tonight.
And then we'll just see, I mean, you'll watch the calendar to see if it's next month. It may, who knows? I mean, they're laying over, but just check the calendar to make sure. Okay, any new business? Okay, we'll take a couple of minute break.
I'm with you.
I think that's a part of
Changes.
We have other band around. Oh, they say that I close by. I was gonna go here. Bye guys. See you Thursday. Okay, so, what we'll start with Linda. Okay. Okay. That's why. Started that.
Well, they want to do with the.
Okay, the final package. So the final package, the closing hours are 11 on Sunday, so the opening hours are 8 AM. And the closing hours are 11 on Sunday, Monday to Tuesday, midnight, Saturday was 1 AM. Friday night. Not closing on Friday. It'll operate as one space, with the stipulations are in there, property sheet, and then what they, out. So the difference is, there's no outlets here, so the backyard will not be covered, but until 10 PM. Courtyard seating will close no later than 10 PM. Now, we're in the courtyard, the closing will go forward at 10 PM every night because there are those doors and we do protect or whenever we do it, like, all items will be closed at all times, and all our only will take the ingress and egress, with like quiet areas with the background, only including the next part of the fence of the parties, and we can the city will say about parties, I think, did we address parties? There's a private will not have television, we use the public reservation system, capable of all like messaging to interact with customers through all is needed to prevent the house from feeling gathering. Sidewalk will look for higher rating services, where the secondary drop pickup locations will not have taken out the sub cellar, not may change. Will comply with the building regulations, will obtain a place of assembly certificate for both the courtyard and the main storefront premises. Current all on the risk of objection. Permitted eating and drinking for both the courtyard and the main storefront will not have a limited that stipulation, no bottle service or music, live music, etc. Public event, health roads. And that's it. So that's where that is at.
So, I mean, I'm happy to talk about, but I'm happy to go back. Okay.
Go ahead.
I think with the final package, is where it is. And the difference is from UG are primarily in the out. They're not exclusively in the
Yeah. Same number. Almost the same number. I think the difference is the type of the staff. And then what we know. What's accessible to them at they're going to come to units.
Right, I get that. No, I guess it should be a bit more of an impact. I'm inclined to accept.
Well, maybe, to me, I feel like this is the turning point for that student. And I don't want to be individual to self-explanatory, but I feel like
Yeah, I was thinking about you live there. No, okay. Yeah, if there's something, is there something that they could do either through, and that. And so I think, you know, that's been something, a lot of something. A lot of, you know, things makes it palatable. Right. People. What? 60 people. Yeah, that's to me, no. I mean, I appreciate the. I think hearing more.
Well, one of them, right, they experienced a lot of things. And they're really about trying to hold it back. And they do.
It would be the biggest. That's what I'm saying, people, and it's great leaders. This is so complex. Oh, I sort of feel like. Yeah.
But it's just it's the sheer.
This.
That's the data. Difficulty of trying to mitigate those issues there. Well, to us. Very well, saturation.
Yeah.
It's the mitigation, it's not here, it has a significantly bigger, then we grow that somewhat the area. Small. You just don't have things, but I mean, this is always so exceeding according to our issue of seats. Here, there's 271 seats. I mean, that's a lot. It's a lot bigger. And the later hours is the issue. And that's you know, the sheet. Like that style of restaurant reservation seating earlier, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Why you see style. Right. That's the big thing, and that's what we do.
Other. Second floor, and then there is, oh, yes, then. What? 30 but still, they have to go for the right to be. Basically, 200 which have
And I think that the Gucci is somewhat similar. The big thing there is that those colors are like. Right. So the final colors.
Yes. For this, 11 Sunday, Monday, Thursday, and Friday. Where each is one Friday, Saturday, or Thursday, but the difference here is Monday, Wednesday, it's the football instead of that's the difference.
Monday to Wednesday.
Policy get 12 instead of. So, that's the difference in the hours. It's Monday to Wednesday. That one possible. Means that everything's filed by 12 instead of 5.
I don't know.
That, during the meeting, it's different.
Is that question? Yeah, I would.
And it's a big impact. Absolutely. Quiet.
Yeah, I live for that. Yeah, but. Again, it's 5 when you hold out, you hold it, slightly later hours. Frankly, because this committee is so hard. And this is the guy. Public, last part of us was 2012. And that's where. So at that point, they wanted to close off, the close off the restaurant, smaller bar, bigger hours. But we're not really, no, I understand that the just the advertising.
I mean, to what you said with Germany, and people would come into that place. And the hours, this kind of place where people come in later, by proposing full service thing. So is there any way to go with this? Class meeting, class decorate, class, strong ideas out there. I mean, they.
But no, I'm saying it.
Because they just, I mean, I think that's one of the things, if they can, one week, you guys should go find it, see if they can get the hours. So is there another way to? When there's a code test. It's just another people. It can mitigate the number of people. So, no, I know, that's what, yeah, they thought what you should. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna be
But yeah. Right. Right. Oh, not there, but. Right. So, I mean, that's something we've got. That's not. That's how you do it. Now, regardless of part of the night. Yeah, let's see, there's so that, I'm just looking for the access for the access. For that. I think it's a two-door, but it could be a little.
You're just saying the issue is just the sheer number. Yeah, and this is the floor, all that, which is. I'm saying here. But we don't have one. It's always right. That's the issue, and not only that, nor is the application. You know, I walk. And then this is that's the whole point of this. Right, and that's the yeah, right. Well,
something that. Right.
That's.
What do you think?
I think.
I mean, what we're saying, we're trying to mitigate as our concern have we made is to show number of people on the way out.
Right.
I mean, that's concerning. So, we were came up with the last meeting in the big room from 10 and 11.
10 on weeknights, 11 on the weekend.
Yeah, 11 on Friday and Saturday and the other day.
And that would mean you gotta get it out, last season.
Right, the last meeting, so.
That means Thursday as well, I tell you.
That defeats the Thursday closing at 12.
But it's 12.
I'm not changing your closing count. What I'm trying to.
Okay, yeah.
Is
Yeah, okay. The last, I think. We did that. Yeah, because, our point is to try to reduce that, going up late. Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, like, I do take your guy, 12 down, so I mean, I usually have 2 hours of dining with the, so 10 o'clock.
Gives you
Is the time.
the 2 hour night. Yeah. And then if somebody will walk over, there, have a problem.
But the issue though is the front room is running full tilt. Also goes against. This. I mean,
What happens is that if the front room has 30 packs, so people realize that place is doesn't equal, so almost like people come, but they're like, actually,
good actual. So a couple of days. People.
We're hearing that. Yeah, at least we're excited to get something to eat. So last meeting, 10, Sunday and Thursday and 11 Friday.
What divides those two rooms? Is that a full height?
yeah, it's gonna be mostly the doors. Yeah, the working wall, it'll be providing side feature.
I know that, I mean.
Complaining.
I think it's a full height partition, is it?
Yeah.
So.
So it's really two
Since the idea there, yeah, so that we could create that breakfast moment without having like the sitting in the cabins. Right. Yeah, so the front room would be used for breakfast, I mean, you know.
I see.
Guys, you're not sitting in a big empty restaurant.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Feels cozy and active.
And we got the coffee machine.
Everybody's
Yeah, it's even 10 and 11. That's good.
10 and 11 up there.
That was more voted on that, the aggressive. Yeah.
In the bathroom.
Right. It's an elevator there.
The other thing. All of that. Yeah, this isn't like. Well, you know, can't do that. And you can't carry things full upstairs, it's 3 times as much work for your staff. So the only thing is, that's the problem with construction, it takes 10 times long, with all the stuff in the container that goes out. And you take it over to the stair, and it's area, there's some of the bags out, the building has elevator. Access for service. I don't think it's. Whatever, that's the speed, you know, minimize the effect of the series, that's why I just. Then what happens if it's sold? Yeah, it's just what it is. It's really, we take it, take the nice short first. The you know, the trash on it and the later. Well, I think to this one. Thanks. Thanks for very good.
Good night. Good night.
Right.
Okay, so the next one is, let's go back to the beginning. Okay, so that's, that form, that is the transfer of the promotion. Yeah. The next one, Crosby Street Hotel,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't understand something about yeah. Okay, the furniture place, right? I mean, at the end, it was saying they stipulated the rooms, you know.
I don't, I think they're from the, the big thing, the big issue on this, I mean, they're getting the fire. Day-to-day business.
They're not ready.
Look into these places and they're not selling from. And the places that kind of are hidden away. I've seen quite a few that have people in bars and, you know, this is a nice. They want to make someone and say they're solar. I've never seen. They are trying to.
You know, I never.
That right. Yeah. And you suddenly walk down the block. What's going on?
Yeah.
And that's the concern, because that's usually people take this, do something, and usually in conjunction with something else.
And you don't see the.
Right.
Looks like that. And then you get your fucking system. Or 5 things. Let's stipulate the number of strings. No, we should serve.
Is, you know.
Slightly.
Well, you know. Well-funded. Young people that are out and. So they. No.
I've never been valid. No, it's not $8,000. It's
like, it's a step up from buying IKEA or something like that, but it's not like, you know, right out thing. And it's got, you know, but he also, the aesthetic and the whole thing with it. It's the time that appeals to people who are that younger set, want the modular, whatever furniture, they're not buying the building it forever. So, you're talking about people in their 20s, their 30s. Right? They're doing global lunch. And that's still.
Yeah, like more. There's everybody.
Are we good on that?
Yeah. Well, just to note that out of the signature, only 7 out of 49.
The area, okay. Yeah, when it's there, it's 60 months.
I don't know.
Count that too.
That's why
Okay, what are we doing? Denying that? Yeah, okay. That.
Oh, there you go. Fine.
No home neighbor.
Okay. You want me to?
Or that one?
Listen, my bottom line. I feel like you can't make that. The code, it ought not to be a restaurant. One that we should get. Only need to get. You can't get it in the code. And, I have a dad with 20 years old about the outside, but I know what to do with it, right? We don't know what the outside is. We don't even know how they eat like this. So I'm not on the roof, but, you know. I understand they might be able to question me about what are like.
He didn't come to me, don't you such a thing that I just can't like get my child out of the bed. You know, it's like, so you're not good, I agree, I can't solve that thing. Why, it's a great function.
I mean.
The letter, yeah.
And. If you're in the best and. Well, there's and I need to believe what. What they. That everything is going to. It doesn't seem to be. But doesn't seem to be. Seems the fact that those fire, there's no such thing. Nobody's pretty, and from some of the pictures of been events there, it doesn't mean. I mean, people were still building all over. That's the law. But not just happening at the same time, and as things, they're almost built up at the same time. Most on Great Jones, most of those lofts are the early ways that were from the 70s and not wall leads. And so those were residential very early on.
Yeah.
And those are the artists co-ops that were early, so everybody's home wasn't building. So there's a big commitment to everybody. Do that. And I appreciate Bill coming to Excel.
Yeah.
Everybody did give a chance, pushing so hard. That's where it was, they're saying, oh, it wasn't stipulated to trust that conversation. I still remember the meeting. And it was brought up and it's all about that. It's whatever. It's still, I'd say. And then the next thing you know, they're. It goes all. Right. I appreciate that. 1980. Long-rated landline phones, 4-inch lapels, and 100 pairs. Okay, you might as well talk about the Civil War. It's got nothing to do with this.
Well, it's just, it's a safe bet.
I feel like we're playing. If I have heard landlord and out, very hypothetical, landlord that it cannot physically be done.
Yeah, so it's like.
And no amount of money to do it, based on they like all the experts.
me, what that says is time to leave, then over this place, to start forming alternate uses, the restaurant. And I mean, unless it's some sort of a, like a, if we do have some places that don't have, right?
Certain
sandwich. They serve sandwich shop or maybe use sushi.
Right.
This is the letter they gave us. They had introduced the pack. So this letter was. They basically said, unless they agree, develop agreements, they reject it. They lay it out. Yeah. And part of that is the business. And I'm fairly confident that. If they don't do anything. They open it, something is just gonna make it. And nobody's shied away from saying that. That's why I try to push one and what they didn't seem to have a plan. And it seemed they didn't. Yeah, that just seems. From our other conversation, we had the last time. We talked about it. Yeah, they do it. And now they're saying, like, well, having very profitable limits over about that. Trying to solve the things we're thinking in the money. It's been months. You've done, told me you already done it. You told me you already done it. And now you're saying, oh, we're thinking we'll find a way. What way? What's the plan? And that it's a big group. I mean, I know they're fully engaged in those. A lot of going back and forth. You feel like it's okay, and I think that there is an absence of our stakeholders. It's great that she was one of the numbers. It's not the one to this and the chat, right? Representative, the number of the license premises. But here's the question, if you're gonna say no, I'm saying fine. And I don't know what that means. Fine. Do it the other way, and fight it such a way. Is, oh, right, so bridge that. A little bit subject to deny that, but they have.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I like that. Although it's still.
So wait.
Well, then we say it's not.
That's their choice. I mean, they're supposed to have full compliance.
But isn't that what we? And, we were told last month.
But then.
When they're.
Okay, so let's move on.
So. Time for you to be okay with it. Yeah, so I think that's.
So denying us do that now, but although by the format, then it's also the outside. That is also the biggest. Yeah.
Well, but they all stipulate that the outside, not be, not be bigger than, right?
Well, that was the side. Right, but they're once.
And they were.
Now it's intended for.
Just the leaders that we know that based on the negative impact, the previous program, the different program, on the quality of life there. We may not think it's the appropriate location for, what.
I mean, that's what the neighborhood. Where that.
The sidewalk. They didn't want to sort of decide that. I don't think. I don't know that any of the clients, right, yeah. And then, see if they'll sign up. Yeah, I mean, we're getting, because it's a further. But that's what, I mean, that's. That is. And that's where. It's done that way. Creates the whole. Yeah. We learn somebody down the line. So what are we saying here? So we're saying design class, the stipulations will say that it is also quiet, that there is no road bed, and that the side, any sidewalk, piece of sidewalk are vacant, that the close of the tenant, yeah. And the resolution will say that there's no road bed is based on experience with the operator having road bed in there. All of there. Clients have been. Yeah, that was. Yeah. That would be good with that. Yeah. Okay, next one, the street bar. Oh. Sorry, right over there. That was, there was a, I mean, cool. Yeah, that's just a cascading mess of passion. We have another terrible. Oh, right, that's then yeah, and maybe what'll happen is you're not Great Jones. I'm kind of I'm a denial. I mean, whatever you. I'm not concerned with that. Yeah, yes, but you know, a lot of you are in the apartment houses. On one side, I remember this. I made it, yeah. The co-op objected to the whole thing. Well, the bids, he said it was the bid. No, he's saying that's the other way. You know, they worked out whatever, so. Thing is that they clearly, their model. Right, and that's the concern, and I just don't, you know, what they're describing, the way our hours, it's so minimal, that my concern is it's the events. And they weren't really, but the step forward is the balance, keeping the hours. It's just an extensive presentation. I asked them about, if they said it was needed for the private school and all of that. So when I asked them about why would we give it to that, the answer was, no, we have to keep the station on the main stage over that's a key part of our plan to keep it open. Which is contrary to what he said a moment ago. There's a lot of that either they haven't followed through or they're not being handled. Why? From what I understand. You know, this was the amount of time that was, a little bit of the amount of time that was spent, that I think that we want to use the right hand serve by the serve university. So this is the parent company in one of the sales pots, Mr. Laura. You know, there's another part in there. Yeah. So what this change allows is making certain other problem comes. The space is something that right. The concern was
Where the vegetable.
Sandy Russo's son-in-law is and he wrote in really great letter about this type of distillery and how it's not just real about distilleries in New York City.
Because it's not.
Because it's a huge space. It's not. Yeah, and I think I'm probably will go to still. So we use this in, and we hear right now, these sort of things. The issue is just too many local questions, and I don't think anybody minds. I certainly don't. They stand their product offerings, but I think it's that large space. And there was no. I heard multiple times where they are now. I didn't actually give them a market pay for why they spoke over beyond the crowd. They either.
I don't know that they just weren't making them money. You know, right?
I also, what I with Donna, is sort of the old stipulations that left. Second. But the other difference was that the committee by one person, I think, read the application in the full board. But it's very clear what a set of parameters which they agreed to, and that we had put those together, sentence that, and it captured everything. What they why might have been, but a lot of that line items. So that fact that I think we should offer them stipulations. Say that the committee voted. But I think that they changed some of that stuff in the constructions. Exactly.
Well, all of them, basically without moving.
Well,
we're gonna put it.
No, they did 7. Right.
Nobody said they agreed back that. Which is where they load it all now. And they unload, take all that. Still, bourbon and wine, because it's not aged on site. You remember there were open questions here, and that was the agreement, was the operating agreement.
Right.
The only point wasn't. That's what I think
They said that they had.
Better.
So there's no both sides.
I didn't see it.
And, but they
didn't send it.
And the 2 letters that are in here. These are not.
those are not.
And they said that wasn't right. Yeah, and the form, but I mean, I didn't expect that, just reading that, yeah, I wasn't here in 2018 opportunity, so, but there were a lot of disingenuous yes. I mean, well, I remember in 2018 that a lot of neighbors, it was sort of established thing. Even though it was Broadway, so many people lived there.
More than that.
So the other
The board, like we, and the board chair, because of the potential of not transforming. Right, where we're coming.
we also want to control the president of.
And I remember the impact going on to the transportation to the street.
And we haven't seen road traffic since.
We have no way.
Road traffic. Really hammers. And really never had. But that's really basic. I mean, I think if they take those stipulations and we can go through those, just see what they're changing for. There's some were
They're sitting in the drive.
yeah, some were substantive, they're in the drive, some were substantive to the events that they were moving. And other changes were not.
maybe we can go through that and share.
Okay.
Right.
Everybody.
Because I think they like to roll, but I see hours, so they want to.
In other words, have a contemplation first. Then we'll consider it the hours.
But they already started, they already said they weren't signing.
Just say that's what we voted. So don't sign it. Move on.
So are we voting for,
So it'd be a path, right?
we're voting to deny the path?
Deny the path, and I want to see those letters.
The full of heat, was way out.
Well, I think that we'll say it's against the two AM, but that's what it says. And so they're not gonna make sense. Then vote.
Yeah, I don't, when they can have.
But I mean, I think the other thing. I think the Paulac said. Is a big, for this size of population or.
You know what?
And just to your point, what's the business? We're not here to solve this issue for them, and they clearly,
Right.
whatever it is, I mean.
So this is a deny with the path, we're giving them a stipulation. We'll look at it all, generally, and I'm going to see those ones.
I don't think it, but even if they don't, I think the point is that they can hash out issues in operation of health. That was the key criteria that we wanted.
Yes.
And that's.
Okay, deny the.
Well, not say.
Right.
You know,
They spent so much money on that building.
What I did want to do, which I'm, you know, I'm sure I hope that all of you have seen and got to it. I kept saying to myself, I remember this debate, and I'm pretty sure that there's no member of the board that said, yeah, but he'd say they did some. Yeah. Well, I think Avery, go forward. Give it forward. But I mean, what I'm saying, like, I don't think there are a lot of people don't go there, because I remember how.
Because remember, since then, we have the street model. We have.
Yeah.
When we should have one down. And then we had, the one W3 LLC. We had 643 bottle, which is kind of 60,000.
Okay, before everybody leaves,
There we go, five and out.
Oh, yeah.
But you can stay.
They control, no,
No, you're not trying to go there. Yeah, I think it's Joseph is there, and who's there?
Are we done?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mark.